Okay. I see myself on Twitch. It's kind of a fake yawn. I'm not really that tired. All right, okay, so I can see myself on Twitch. Looks like my recording started. And yeah, looks like we are live. I bumped my little terminal window height up here a bit, so now my code will never interfere with. Well, where's a good example? Oh, I guess I could just do like this. So now my code will never overlap with my sub labels. We'll see how that works though. We'll see if I like that, because now I'm shrinking my window quite a bit here, and my font's zoomed in. My font size is pretty big for the stream, so maybe I'll go back and shrink this again. For the most part, I don't think the code should ever overlap with our little stream labels here. And I got the cheer one down at the bottom. But I really need to come up with something nicer for all of that. Yeah. I like the ticker because it kind of kind of pulls your eye to it rather than if it was just static. But it'd be nicer maybe if it had a little more, I don't know. All right, so see if anyone else pops in the next little bit here. Otherwise, we will get started. All right. Well, I guess we'll just dive right in. I'm just kind of sitting here staring at the screen. All right. So welcome to Terrible JavaScript Game Development. I am your host, Jared, aka Tyrannosaur. So we're working on my game today, Populus. You can play it right now. It's live right now. Populus.gg is the domain. You can just punch that in and go right there. Although I don't recommend just typing domains directly into your address bar, because obviously your browser will take you right to that website. And sometimes if you fat finger or type something wrong, you could go to a bad website, or something, or some malicious website. So there's a link there in the chat. And, the chat will be on screen for a while, because I don't think anyone viewing currently, the viewers are my wife and Nightbot, I think. So anyway, yes, so we're working on my game Populus today. So we've been working on multiplayer the last couple streams. Did we start? When did we start multiplayer? Has it been 2 weeks now? I think it's been a couple weeks. Oh, and I streamed on Thursday, this past Thursday. And that was my first like nighttime stream. Because normally I do Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. And we go for 6-7 hours, sometimes 8 hours. One time I've hit like 8 hours. But yeah, usually I'm doing morning my time, 10 a.m. Central Standard, like we are now. I'm a little early. We're at 9:36 Central Standard Time currently. But Thursday, we did Thursday night one, so I got started like 8. Oh no, I got started at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, and it went till like midnight. And it was kind of a fun stream because it was kind of hanging out with people, and we ended up not really working too hard on the game. I ended up talking a little bit about my Skybox Maker program that I came up with a while ago. I did a stream on that. That was in C, not in JavaScript. But yeah, so that ended up not being super productive as far as working on the game. I think I fixed, so what I fixed on that stream was, if we fire up, let's refresh, how about that? We fire up 2 clients here, and we start a multiplayer match. Basically, I'll just play a little bit here. Play on both of them a little bit. We just got the stats screen formatted nicely. So I gotta wait the whole 30 seconds. All right. Yeah, so there's our stat screen. Indubitably. Indube. Welcome back, Indube. The progress, very nice. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure where you last saw things. But yeah, we're doing multiplayer now. So I was just showing how I had my stats working. We just got the format of the stats working a little better. So here we now, and I don't really like this, so this isn't really a final thing right now, but we had the stats before. We had the single player stats, and that would be like this top section here with the blue. So that's your stats, and then red is your opponent's stats. So I had these 2 browsers play each other, which I just played one and then went back and played the other one. So we can see that this guy popped 43 bubbles and 1 mistake. And then we can see that the opponent had 12 bubbles, 1 mistake. And then likewise on this one, the inverse, this player popped 12 bubbles, 1 mistake. The opponent popped 43 bubbles. So actually on Thursday night stream, all we did was lining these up better, because I did something wrong with the like the text height and everything. And now I don't even like the way this looks. Like the spacing is not right. Like there's more white space here than there is between these. So I got to figure out a nicer solution for the stat screen, and that'll be another little task to do before going live with multiplayer. But we're not probably going to be going live super soon with multiplayer, unfortunately. And another thing there is like the total time does not need to be a stat on this screen. You know, it could be like maybe the 30 seconds could be something up in the top. Maybe there'd be like a little more like a title kind of thing up here. Stats, 30 seconds. And then the stats themselves would show up here. Because obviously total time is not a statistic. That's just a fact. Or it's not a statistic about the player's performance. It's just the number, right? The number of time that we had from which like our other stats are derived, you know, like pops per second. So So we basically just lined up the visuals for that, which was kind of dumb anyway, because I'm probably going to change a bunch of stuff. But that's basically all we got done on Thursday's stream before we started. Oh, well, I actually started working a little bit on Thursday night on the blah, blah, blah. I wanted to shrink the data down. Oh, yeah, in fact, I'm showing the bytes here that get sent per match. In fact, that reminds me. Weemy threw something in the Discord, and I didn't. I already missed it from like 3 days ago. So I'll have to respond to that. Yes, so what we started actually working on was indubitably. You started streaming on Thursdays. Indub. I said it right there. Indubitably. Indubitably. I just have to say it fast without thinking. You started streaming on Thursdays. Thursday was my first. Yeah, my first night stream. So typically it's been the Mondays and Tuesdays. And this past Thursday was the first. I don't have it on my schedule or anything, on my official stream schedule. But I did like a Thursday night stream. So my time, so 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, Chicago time. Or I didn't actually know 9 p.m. is when I got started. So it wasn't super productive because it was kind of late for me. I've been kind of on an earlier to bed schedule, so my brain wasn't all there, but we got some little stuff done. But yeah, I'd like to do Thursday night streams. If not streaming, I'll probably at least be dedicating Thursday nights to probably working on the game. And if my, well, I'm not gonna make anything too official yet about streaming on Thursdays. We'll kind of see. We'll see if I get into a little bit of a rhythm with it. If I do, then I'll. If it seems doable, then I'll add it to the schedule. I'm playing it right now, the test version. It's oddly addicting. Oh, awesome. Addicting is that's a compliment, I think, right? Yeah, so right now, with just our test version, it's just single player, obviously. Multiplayer is yet to come. But I'm glad you're having a little fun with it, indubitably. So I actually kind of had a little bit of a. So right now, the competitive, I've been struggling a bit with figuring out how I want the competitive mode to work. Because my original idea was, it's just going to be like a one-on-one race. Like, you and another player just seeing how many pop bubbles you can pop in 30 seconds. And, like, you pop the same bubbles, but it's like your own copies of the same bubbles, right? So, like, if I do another... I actually didn't need to refresh. But if we do, like, right now, like, it's the same bubbles... So if I do that, if I do this, and then mess up, and then on here, do this, then mess up. It's the same exact bubbles, right? So the server is generating the same bubbles for both players, and that's it. So you can at least, you're kind of ensuring that there's like fair grounds in terms of fairgrounds. You're ensuring that the players kind of have this nice even playing field of they're popping the same exact bubbles. So it's not just like each player plays a random set of bubbles. I mean, the bubbles are random, but they both play the same random bubbles. So, which is nice. But I feel like it kind of, well, and to go with that, I was thinking of having kind of like a ranking system with that, like a leaderboards thing, like ELO, like rankings, like in chess kind of thing. So you start with a certain rank, and then if you beat somebody with a certain higher number of rank, there's a little equation to figure out how much your rank should go up, or vice versa. You know, if you lose, how much your rank should go down. Just thinking that would be kind of a cool thing to have. Like, it wouldn't be user accounts or anything super fancy where you have to log in and stuff like that. It would be kind of just like daily leaderboards, in the sense that you start playing and you start with a rank and you just see how good you can do, you know, in that one play session, how far up the ranks you could go. So that's kind of the idea. But just having this one-on-one where the players don't really interact with each other at all, like they're just popping their own bubbles, I'm thinking like that's just not very compelling. And it doesn't, like, while yes, you pop the same bubbles, like the same colors and positions, it doesn't really, I don't know, it just seems kind of dumb. So I just thought, like, what if I just make it so both players, not only are they popping the same bubbles, but they actually pop the same, like, one player. So this should be way easier to explain. I'm just an idiot. So the first bubble is this one. If I pop it on this player, then on this player, it would disappear. And, like, the game would then advance, right, as normal. Like, so it would advance just like this, but it would advance for both players. So then both players are trying to get this bubble next. So it's like both players would be popping the same bubbles. Oh, that would be brutal. Maybe. We'll see. Retro MMO, good morning. How's it going? All right, hang on a second here. Definitely worth a shot. I'm actually stuck on this website. I'm trying to design first one ever. Nice, nice. Well, yeah, I hope that goes well. Indubitably, indubitably, I got it. Yeah. So retro. I don't know if you heard what I was explaining just now, but. And this sounds a little crazy, but I want to try today making it so that both players are popping the same, whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Both players are popping the same bubble. So, like, if I pop here, it disappears for this player too, and it advances to the next one. So I want to try that and see. And I'm not going to be able to test it until, well, I'll probably have to actually test it tonight, like with my wife, to actually see if it's ridiculous. Because it seems I don't know what it's like. It's like hard for me to even imagine, like, what would be going on in your brain to, like, see the bubble pop, you've just missed it. It could either be, well, okay, so my fear is that since it's so fast paced, it's just like the no turns chess. Yeah, I mean, kind of. The thing about, well, yeah, it's an experiment at this point now. It's like, okay, let's just see what happens. And my fear, and I'm probably right in this fear, is that since the game is so fast-paced, at least for when you're, like, pretty good, or at least you get into, like, a rhythm, there's going to be a lot of, like, I thought I popped that bubble, but actually I didn't. just because like the time you're popping these bubbles is just so quick. Once you get pretty good at the game, it will be rage-inducing. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, I feel like it might be kind of fun. I don't know. I just have to try it. I can't keep speculating about how whatever. Retro is hosting. Thanks, Retro. I appreciate it. How would the player know if they pop the bubble or not? So what I was off the top of my head, the NP, need more people here. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. I was thinking of having like a maybe a blue and a red thing for you are blue. You're the blue player all the time. Kind of like with the stats, right? Like you're the blue on the top and then the red is the your opponent. I mean, that's kind of arbitrary at this point, until I figure out more of what I want. So not only do you not get the bubble. Oh, wait, okay, I missed a couple messages here. Well, first, indubitably, how did you know that if they pop the bubble or not? I'm thinking of having maybe like when you pop a bubble now, like right now all that happens is just the bubble fades out. But I'm thinking of maybe having like a little, kind of like with this, where there's a little like red ring that kind of fades out. Maybe have that, but it would be like blue if it was you. And then if it was the other player, it'd be red. So, and that would be what the server decided who got the pop or not. So the server decides who got the pop and then sends it back to the player. So that's going to be another interesting thing because the client, I need to be a little more careful with the client. Yeah, we're gonna see how this goes. We're gonna see how this goes. Most frustrating thing is going to be when the opponent clicks right before you and you click the empty space. Yeah, right. So not only do you not get the bubble, you get reset. Oh, yeah. So Retro, I'm going to probably get rid of the resets for this because both players are always going to have the same like next bubble to pop. So both players are always, so if you mess up, basically if you mess up, or let's say right now, if I mess up, orange is going to come back. Burnt. If I pop this one, orange comes back. But I think I'm going to get rid of the checkpoint revert thing because it doesn't make sense in this case. Because both players are always going to have the same, they're always going to be targeting the next bubble. Or they're always going to have the shared state of what bubble they're supposed to pop next, basically. So if one messes up, that one can't go back, in other words. Like the way the game is right now, it's basically just speed. Like one player could just go way ahead of the other player, and then they might mess up and kind of go back in there in terms of like bubble pops. But they could be totally asynchronous. But now they all have to be matched. So it's worth a shot. And I feel like, the game where it is now, adding multiplayer, the way I'm on, the path I'm on right now, is just not very compelling and not very, got a little fluff here. I made it worse. Retro MMO, you don't have to deal with fluff, do you? Your hair seems pretty straight. So, no floofs. Yeah. Lucky. I could probably use conditioner. I should probably use conditioner. I just kind of lays out and don't use it. So. So what was I saying about the... Speaking of fluff, I've got an afro that desperately needs a cut. No, I just rock it in Doob. Just go with the fro. I forget what I was saying. That pun, I like that. LOL. Did I say go with the fro? Oh, that is a pun. Wow. I didn't even think about that. Go with the flow, go with the fro. Did not even think about that. Just lost some viewers because of that pun. All right. So the cool thing, I was going to see if this works. So, cuz in theory it should. If I do, where's the checkpoint interval? 4. Okay, so if I do a checkpoint interval of 1, in theory, all I need to do is change that. So we do checkpoint interval. We're just going to do 1. So I need to set it on both the client and the server. And then, actually, let's just do a single player game quick. Oh, never mind. This breaks. It breaks because... Okay, so I do need to figure out... Yeah, the checkpoint interval can't be less than the number of bubbles in the nav meter here. So that's why it breaks. Can't read size of undefined marathon.js. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting thing. To figure out how I want to handle. Unintentional too, mad skills. All right. Well, I got to refill the coffee quick. So we'll be right back. Whoops. That's my usual. There we go. All right. Well, BRB. All right, we are back. More coffee now. This is half calf. And I may or may not have squeezed a bathroom break in there as well. Best bubble score is 55 so far. Nice. That's pretty good, indubitably. Indubit. Yeah, that's pretty good. Most people, I mean, I'm assuming you tried this, or this was the first time just now you were trying this. So that 55, that's pretty, I would say that's pretty good compared to most people seem to kind of get like 30 once they kind of get going. At least the people I've tried this on like in real life. They play a few times, they get 30-ish pops. So, all right, so I've got an interesting little problem here to be able to, I think that's going to be the first thing I need to do. I just need to get like single bubble checkpoints working. And in theory, that should work fine. That should be fine as long, so I just need to make this thing be more, well, okay. It's not that simple. It's not that simple, unfortunately. So the checkpoint system is somewhat dynamic, which is nice. Like I could do, oh, this is on the server here. You know, if I wanted to do 6 checkpoints, 6 bubbles per checkpoint in single player, that works. Now we get 6 bubbles right off the bat, and I can actually control the amount of bubbles here. But the problem is, as soon as we go have a checkpoint amount that's less, bubbles per checkpoint that is less than the amount we show here, I think that's where everything breaks down. Because if I go to 3, we should be fine. Yeah, 3 is fine, but if I go to 2, okay, 2 works for some reason, but 1 doesn't work. So why doesn't just 1 work? And I bet you it's because, well, wait a minute here. When I did 2, oh, actually this might not be that bad. Okay, so when I do 2, because, oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. So it does work. The problem is, or what, so we've got a pink bubble here. So we have 2 bubbles per checkpoint. So our first checkpoint is just these 2 bubbles. And then when we start the game, we generate 2 checkpoints up front of bubbles. And then from there on, bubbles are generated on demand. So we do, so in this case, it's fine because what's happening is we have the first 2 bubbles in the checkpoint, and then we've got another 2 bubbles. So as long as I mean, the game will be fine in this case. Wow, with just 2 bubbles, you like really don't need that. Wow, this is kind of fun. I feel like I could go really fast because I don't even have to look here. Because it's just, you're just like going after the one that popped. Whoops. Yeah, this is kind of interesting. Oh. Yeah, then you don't, or if I make a bunch of mistakes. Come on. Oh man, streak. Ah, okay. Sorry if that was loud. It just felt so good having that. All right, this is already like way more fun. 89. Okay. Yeah, that actually seems easier than the test version. Yes, that is. Could you offer different game modes? This one more about speed, and the other is more about hand-eye coordination. Yeah, possibly. This was fun. This one was fun. And I was very accurate, I think, because I was just focused right in on where I was moving my mouse right. And I've never gotten 89. I've gotten like 82 in the normal mode. But 89 is pretty crazy. So like, and that could definitely be, you know, somebody who's really good could really ramp that up. So that's pretty fun. I mean, and then you don't even like need. All right, so there's a little bit of a problem here where playing like that at that speed, well, I don't know. I feel like the multiplayer thing just seems like a horrible idea. Oh, come on. My speakers keep turning off. So you guys get spammed with Windows sounds. Yeah, indubitably about like having different modes. I guess we'll see. I mean, that's basically my answer to every question is we'll see. Like, back. Hope I didn't miss the whole game. No worries, retro. So, oh, Blue Exabyte. I missed that because on my one chat, on my Streamlabs chat, your color is the same as indubitably your name. So I didn't even see. I like didn't even, because I thought I had read all of indubitably's messages. Blue Exabyte, good morning. What you up to? Well, good morning, Blue Exabyte. I had kind of an epiphany over. Not an epiphany. This is probably a horrible idea. But I was thinking of having, since we've got, I'm trying to think of a way to make our competitive, our multiplayer mode more compelling. Zubashi. Thanks for hanging out, Zubashi. Appreciate it. Retro's emotes here, wide. Is that's a sprite like stretched out or something? Was that like some like mistake you made or something? Nice. Yeah, lol, it's a meme. Gotcha. Nice. I like that. Yes, it's sold Paladin sprite and somebody stretched it and posted it on Discord. Now we worship it. Nice. I like it. Hey, I'm a retro MMO sub, so that means I can use it, right? I don't know how to use emotes. Isn't that awful? Oh yeah, there we go. Look at that. Nice. Speaking of emotes, I have to come up with some or something, but I think all of my emotes are just going to be like circles, like red bubble, blue bubble, chartreuse bubble. Puce bubble, maroon. No, but seriously, what was I talking about before? Retro, my sub ran out. No worries. Blue X hacker. Did I think I followed you, Blue Exabyte. I have to check out your streams when you're streaming. Check out your streams when you're streaming. Elegant phraseology, if I do say so myself. So we were talking about the, I don't know. I think I was showing Blue Exabyte what was going on. Now I'm derailed because of wide paladin sprite wide. Retro coming in clutch with those ad bits. Appreciate it. I always do, Retro. Oh, so what I add, okay, so you might have missed this, Retro. What I just did was I changed the checkpoints now to just 2 bubbles per checkpoint. And now you don't even need to look here. You just like play. And I set like the fastest time I ever did. Oh boy, oh, okay. If I don't, pressure's on now I'm messing up. But it's like, this is actually like really fun. Like, I'm not looking at the sidebar at all. You don't need to, because you're just kind of following. Before I did 89, so that was like way more than I've ever done before. I have no monies for subs, but I can watch bit ads all day. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, how come 89 must be using an aimbot? Right. If your sub ran out, does that mean you lose your little first badge? And you don't get that unless you like resub or something? See, I don't know how Twitch works. I have no idea. I really don't. It will come back if I resub. Gotcha. Zubashi, unless it was gifted. Gotcha. Oh, so like if you receive a gifted sub and you're in one of the first, the founder, you're like one of the, if the sub that you were gifted is one of the first 10, that doesn't count as a founder or whatever, I guess is what we're saying. Correct. Gotcha. So the problem, the giftee has to continue to keep the founder badge, otherwise it gets passed on to the next person. Oh, really? Okay. Wow, that's complicated. Accent on the A and complicated. I don't think you get it at all. First place it's a gift. You do. Okay. Oh boy, heated debate. All right. So the thing is, for the new multiplayer mode here, what I want to have is somehow we have like, actually now I don't even know what I want. Because right now, if we go to, all right, this breaks everything because we go to 1. If I go to 2, this will be fine. All right, so let's do a little competitive mode. So right now, I kind of have to change kind of the core of how it works. because right now, when the game starts, it generates 2 checkpoints worth of bubbles. And right now I just have it set to 2 bubbles per checkpoint. So it works fine, because that's why we have the pink one here, because when you start the game, it generated the next checkpoint of bubbles. But when I switched it down to 1 bubble per checkpoint, that's where things broke. And that's, I believe, because actually I could probably fix that right here. We could do that. We could do let's do 1 bubble, or let's do 1 checkpoint interval. I have to change it. This is the server side and this is the client side, which I'm working on something to make it so that they're both the same, and Retro MMO would be proud of me, because he already thought of things like that and did stuff like that beforehand, and I didn't. And now I'm dealing with 2 sets of basically identical configuration things. All right, so we changed checkpoint interval to 1. So now it'll be just 1 bubble per checkpoint, and basically it means no checkpoint, you know, gameplay-wise. And then nav meter is where we're getting the error. So if I change the nav meter to 2, in theory, then we're showing 2 bubbles on the left side. And in theory, this should do the trick. So if we do competitive mode. Yeah, look at that. Okay. Whoops. All right. This is really lame. Looks so stupid. Basically nullifying that. Oh, you know what? You know what? I'm like slow doing this, see? Because like if I try to go as fast as I can, this is kind of an interesting little thing here. Hang on, I missed a couple chats here. I would gift you a sub to prove you wrong if I wasn't poor. That's funny. Don't waste a sub on me, though. I mean, all right. Okay. So, so check this out. Check this out. This is like, I'm like really slow. So here, just 1 bubble is shown at a time, and I'm very slow because I have to like wait for that bubble to appear, right? And I'm like, okay, where's it gonna be? Where's it gonna be? You know, like, like I have no way of knowing what the bubble is. This is like really slow compared to what it was before. So we did 55, which isn't bad at all. But I was like capped. I like could only pop so fast at 1 at a time. But when I did 2, when we did a checkpoint interval of 2, I don't need to actually change it on the server. Change it on the client. When we did 2, I was like really fast because I could like see ahead. I like knew the bubble that was coming ahead of time. You know, like now my rate is just crazy. Oh, if I don't mess up. And this is like kind of fun. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, so like the rate, the pops per second here is just huge. I'm not even moving the mouse that fast. 89 again. What the heck is up with 89? All right, I'm in the zone. Ah, okay. There's so many small ones. Come on. The RNG is not in my favor today. Okay. Oh, so many small ones. Come on. Come on. This is way faster. This is like 100. 100 pops, baby. Yes. 98. All right. So the 2 bubbles, the 2 bubbles per checkpoint is much nicer. Much faster. Pog. So this, yeah, I really like the blue, the blue. This is kind of cool. Like you really get like cranking, and you don't look over here at all, unless you mess up. Like, cause if you mess up, you're kind of like, what? Well, wait a minute. Actually, never mind. You go, yeah, cause if I pop red and then I mess up, I have to go back and pop red, so it like comes back. It's like there is a little bit of that. Okay, I need more coffee. Don't go anywhere. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Don't go anywhere. All right. I'm like really warm this morning. Actually, I got the heat on a little bit, maybe a little bit higher than. Because normally my wife goes to work, I turn the heat down. Like, she kind of turns it up a bit in the morning. Then when she leaves, I usually turn it down. But now I'm in the basement, which is like way colder anyway. All right, so I'm kind of in a weird place right now where I'm not sure. Because playing like this is really fun with this. I mean, I'm setting faster speeds than I've ever done because I'm not looking here at all. I'm just doing... okay. So I don't know what I want to target here. Because we've got another little problem where, oh yeah, and now we got this little stubby timer now. Because the timer height matches this height. So now that there's only 2 bubbles here, it's like shorter. Retro, I think you should probably spawn at least 1 or 2 more bubbles in advance, or else the upcoming queue is pointless. You mean like show on the screen? When you mean spawn, do you mean actually showing them on the screen? Oh, yes. Yeah, okay. Now I understand what you're saying. Okay. Because at first I didn't think that's what you meant by spawn. But yes, this is pointless right now. So, but I just played it. So I just tried this and I'm like, oh, this is kind of fun. So, like you said, you don't even have to look at the list. Right. And actually, my friend was playing this a bit more. Well, he's hung out on Twitch before too. IPR Zach D. That's him. He was the latest. He's the latest sub on there. IPR Zach D. I mean, if you just want to scrap that game mechanic, that's cool too. Would make it easier for us colorblind folks. Right, like you don't even need, in this case, you don't even need colors because you're just popping, like I know that this one, I know I have to do this one next, and then this one, and then this one, and then this one, and then this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. I'm not looking, colors don't mean anything as far as this goes, right? The color only applies when you go, I mean, here we're getting closer and closer to OS. OSU. I don't know how to say that name. I should really just look it up, Google it. Whoa, so much fluff up here. I'm going like mullet on top, kind of. Yeah, that's the look. Kind of kind of mullety. All right, so well, actually, okay. What I was gonna say was IPR Zach D. He told me he was playing, and he said he kind of started to do like what I'm doing right now, but he like was paying attention to. He kind of did what you're doing here, but just paid attention to what bubbles were appearing, and then like knowing. He said he would memorize. So like in the normal game. Okay, if we go back to checkpoint interval 4 and nav meter bubble count of 3, and I tried this and it's pretty cool actually because it kind of works. So what he did, he said he would do is initially when the game starts, he looks at these 3 and then like memorizes them. Memorizes them. You know, like goes blue, purple, pink, and then actually while he's doing that, sorry, I should say. While he like is popping these, then he's paying attention to which new ones come in. And then he knows that's the order. So he goes blue, cyan, blue, magenta, purple, fuchsia. I don't know what color that is, purple. So then he like pays attention. Okay, now it's going to be this one, then this one after I pop those initial 3. And then that nasty one. So then he's like going like this kind of. It's hard to explain all of that. But he like figured it out that way. And that like that's a really cool way to play. And then he never looked here. He would never look here. So like even with the current game mode this way, he was getting around having to look at the thing. And I think that's actually kind of cool because it's kind of like a strategy rather than a cheat or something, because it's like a skill, you know, it's a skill you have to practice and do, which is pretty cool. So I'm not sure, I don't know what I need to do right now though is I want to just try to get this multiplayer version working, but I'm starting to realize it might be a little bit harder than I was hoping. So basically to do that, I have to get a checkpoint interval down to 1. Well, and actually, I need to just get rid of checkpoints altogether. But unfortunately, the checkpoint system is kind of like baked in really nicely right now. So that's why I kind of want to just fake it by making our checkpoint interval 1. Basically, 1 bubble per checkpoint. Because that way, if you mess up on popping a bubble, there's no checkpoint you're going back to. You just have to try to pop that bubble again. So like if you miss, you just have to try to, if you overshoot the bubble, like right now, if I overshoot blue, because that's the next bubble, boom, I have to go back to this teal or whatever, and then try to get that. But if it was just a single checkpoint thing, then like I'd overshoot, it would be just like this first bubble here. Like if I overshoot it, boom, miss, but then I just correct and go back there, and then I'm good. So it would be like that the whole time, but now it kind of needs that, because what I want to do is have the multiplayer for both players playing, and they're always sharing the same target bubble. So they're always trying to pop that same bubble. So if one player pops the bubble first, the other player, then they both need to try to get the next player or the next bubble. And like, I think the idea of mistakes would kind of be abolished. Like, I don't think that's a really good stat anymore to have. I don't know. Actually, I can't. It's too early to tell, maybe, if that's like an interesting stat. Because the thing that tells you if you won is whoever popped more bubbles in the time period. All right. Anyway, I gotta just stop talking about it and let's actually start writing some code here. So, well, I just said that, but I actually need to kind of talk this through. So maybe what I could do right now is just have we do one bubble. Like I don't really like this, but at least we could fake it right now. So if I make our nav meter, actually I could make our nav meter 2. I can make our nav meter 2. So the nav meter is the thing on the side, right? So it can show 2 bubbles, and this will work without breaking. So now if we do that and we do a competitive game, this will do it. So, oops, refresh the browsers, queue up. This will work. So now, oops, like it's a matter of, well, that's, oh yeah, we are kind of stuck. Ooh, I wonder if actually I could maybe, actually no, never mind. That doesn't make sense. Well, so now at least when you make a mistake right now, then that's it. Like so I've at least for right now, I've gotten rid of the idea of a checkpoint screwing you up. So I could probably start focusing on the server, or sorry, I got rid of the idea of a mistake causing one player to like have to go back and start over again or something. That's gone now. So, well, why? Wait a minute. Why? There's something different here because there. Why does on single player, why does it still show 2? I wonder if, that's weird. Oh yeah, our nice little opponent quit thing works. Okay, so, all right, I think this is good enough for now because what I can do now is at least start merging the state of the players on the server. Because right now on the server, each player has their own like bubble state, like target bubble, pop kind of thing. And what I could actually do, so that I have this object, player bubble state, and I just created this little class for it just so I could like store all the state nicely in one object and just initialize it this way. And then, because it'll always be this way, this is for each bubble. What in the world? Okay. So you have one of these objects for each bubble in the game, in the game for each player. So each player has one of these objects for each bubble. And that helps the game know, like, if the player popped the bubble. The pop time doesn't actually do anything right now. But traversed, if the mouse cursor is over the bubble, that's traversed. If the bubble was popped or not. And then in play means if it's currently visible on screen or not for that player. So that's what the server uses to kind of keep track of everything. But basically, now we just need one of these. So instead of per player, I think we need this for both. Well, okay, we might need a traversed. We would need a traversed property for each player. Because each player's got their own mouse cursor and both players could be traversed over a bubble at the same time. And then whoever sends the key press first, the server's going to go, okay. And then the popped, the popped variable is just, that can still be a Boolean, true, false, if the bubble's popped or not, right? Because that's just the state of the bubble. And then in play would also be the same. But then on each player object, then I could just do like just an incrementing counter of how many bubbles they've popped. All right. Quick bathroom break. Don't go anywhere unless you really want to. We'll be right back. Woo! We are back. Don't worry, I washed my hands. I know that was quick. You know what? I need like a bathroom break counter on screen, so we can keep track of the ridiculous amount of times that I take bathroom breaks. I stay hydrated. I like to stay hydrated. I'm sorry. Whether it be coffee or el agua. Why did I move this all the way over? So let me clean up the server stuff here quick, because right now I'm doing this. I'm like printing the amount of bytes that get sent to the server during a single match, and I don't want that right now. It's kind of annoying. That's just going to get in the way, because that's what we started working on a little bit on Thursday night, was just minimizing the amount of bytes we were sending, the client was sending, and everything, just kind of shortening the amount of data. And I still want to do that, but that's not important right now. This byte's up. Okay, so we'll just comment out. So basically, we're just measuring the amount of bytes throughout the whole game and looking at that and whatever. We'll get back to that at some point, but I was more or less doing that because I was like bored on Thursday, or not bored, but I was like, I couldn't think about any like deep gameplay things. So I just had to kind of screw around with that because it was a little more like I could just kind of put my brain into that one little box of thinking about data size. So anyway, okay, I got rid of that. That's good. And then on the client, I'm like console logging a bunch of mouse movements, and that's really annoying. So that must be in WebSockets wrapper. Why is that file closed? It's a really important file. Are we doing that? Cursor moved, cursor, okay, yeah. No, I'm gonna get rid of that. We don't want that. Yes, so at some point we'll be switching over to some shorter truncated data format, but for now, not a big deal. Okay, so now our client should be all clean. If we play a competitive match, we're not getting a bunch of crud in the server there. Oh, and it's printing these messages every time. That's kind of annoying. Let's get rid of that, maybe. Bubble popped. Oh, that's for whenever. Oh, this is the client. Duh. Actually, this is maybe fine. I'm gonna keep that in there. Just telling me when it generates a new bubble, like as the game progresses, which is gonna be every time now. So actually, yeah, this is another thing that needs to change. Because right now we've got a problem where there'll be like a little bit of a delay. Because as the player pops the bubble, the new bubble gets generated and sent. Like on the fly, on demand. So that's not good at all. We're going to have like a buffer where like we've generated maybe 8 bubbles or 10 bubbles or something on the server right up front. Shipped all those down to the client. And then kind of as they're playing, bubble 11 will show up, bubble 12 will show up. So there'll always be like some sort of buffer in bubbles so that the player would never be up to popping a bubble and then waiting for the server to actually send the next bubble down and then show it on the screen. Because, you know, with any sort of latency, the network latency would be a huge bottleneck in that case. So we just want to get a little buffer between what bubbles the player's popping and what bubbles the server is sending, you know, so there'll always be some sort of fixed amount between that. So unless you have some ridiculously fast player who can pop 10 bubbles in like 10 milliseconds, aka Weemy's script, then so unless you had that, then you'd be waiting for the server to send bubbles. We never want that. So that'll be something I need to fix as well, and we'll address that today. But first off, let's just, I want to get these states merged. So I want to have, we're going to need a new command that gets sent back down to the clients that tells the client to say the other player popped that bubble. Ooh, this is not as straightforward as I would have liked. So yeah, because that's going to be a little more challenging too, I think. Well, we'll find out. We will find out. So let's do... well, we want to look at... I don't know what we want to look at here. Well, okay, so state-wise on the server, like I was saying, we've got basically this object, player bubble state. So we got one of these per bubble per player. But we basically need to get rid of the per player aspect, except for this dot traversed. So we do that to verify. That tells us like if I was just thinking about something else. That tells us if the player's cursor is over that bubble. So this needs to be per player, this dot traversed. So we need to have we need to keep track of this per bubble per player. But then these three could be individual. And there should be like another thing like this dot which player kind of thing popped, which popped by which player or something. That's not really important right now until we want to start making this more like robust. But for now, this is just fine. For now, these are fine on their own. This pop time thing we're not even using right now. So again, I could probably just get rid of it. In fact, yeah, I'm going to get rid of this right now because it's just going to make things kind of messy. And I'll add that when I actually need it. Because what that was supposed to be is like a timestamp of when that player popped that bubble. But there's not really a reason why that needs to be used right now, just currently. Weemy, it's you, the man with the plan. Hey, what's going on, Weemy? Hey, I saw your message on Discord. By the way, I just saw it this morning because I'm terrible at checking Discord. But let's look at that right now while you're here. So you said from the last stream, you did ask me how much data I send through my game, and you were worried about sending 611K to the client, so I had to implement something, calculate the first login package. This is what I got. And you came up with a very similar number there, 614K. Load time, I don't think it's something to worry about. First load, however, I don't know how memory is converted to send data through sockets. So I could be completely off here. So you are looking at, well, you were talking about like the initial payload that goes to the players. But what I was measuring, the 611K or whatever, I don't remember. I don't even remember sending anything to you. No worries. I'll type a real response in there, but just because you're here. What I was measuring, the 600K, was actually what the clients were sending, what one client was sending to the server in one 30-second game. So that's the number, that was the client going up to the server, sending up to the server 611K or whatever in one 30-second game. If I recall correctly, I wasn't using my 1000 hertz mouse at the time. So yeah, and I agree in terms of if that was the down, the initial like down or whatever, what the players pulled down in assets or code or whatever, in web stuff. That would be great. That'd probably be a really nice number to have. Well, actually, in the case of my game, everything's pretty dinky. I think my whole JS file now, when it's minified, is like 36K only. I say only. Maybe that's not. Maybe it could be better. It definitely could be shrunk more, but yeah, basically only like 36K goes to the client initially. Assuming you're not cached. Do you have gzip compression set up? No, not right now. So yeah, I'll probably have that set up as well, and then yeah, right. It'll be all really tiny. Yeah, I mean, because I don't have any. It's just all JS, like, and I don't have any images or anything really. It's all just a JavaScript basically. And I think my uncompressed is like 100 something. All this client scripts here, just these, whatever this is, like 40 something files. What is that right now? I thought that was only like 90K or something. Oh, it's 118K right now. 46 files. So Trace Racer. I got to rename that. The game's not called Trace Racer anymore. It's called Populus. So that client scripts folder is 118K. And maybe I thought it was down to 36. It might be a little bigger now because there's, oh, actually we can look. Bundle.js. That's not what I want. It's 43K. The bundle.js is 43K. So but there's a big chunk of duplication right now that I'm aware of and I need to fix. So my client JS file is really big because map data. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure, retro. I mean, since my game is like 99% procedural, it's just kind of like there's nothing there. But yeah, you got a lot of stuff to send for sure. So your payload over 30s to the server is the same size as my init payload to the client. So your payload over 30 seconds. I see what you're saying. So your payload over 30 seconds to the server is the same size as my init payload to the client. Well, right now, so I don't remember. I just removed the code to measure, or I just commented out the code to measure it, and I don't really. At some point in the future, I'll get back to it. I was doing that on Thursday night because I was like, my brain wasn't working, and I was kind of just trying to find something to work on. So what that was the player sending this. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, let me comment that out. Actually, I don't want that. I don't want to send two things. So what that was basically, here's my JSON string, right? That I'm sending, that's a mouse movement. So on a cursor moved event, we're firing off to the server this JSON string. So units is like, it sends the request, which, so, it sends a byte per each one of these, right? So the byte that comes in the string is this brace. The space would get removed because I do JSON stringify, right? So that would spit. They'd remove the space, but you got one byte here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, space would be renewed, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20 something, 25, 26, maybe 30 bytes just in this garbage. And then the units are like the big, ridiculously long 32-bit floating point numbers, but they're not 32 bits because it's a string of that number. So it's more like, I don't know. I don't remember whatever that really long mouse position is, but now every byte for that. So like 20 bytes for the X position, 20 bytes for the Y position. So like a bunch of bytes per one mouse movement sending to the server. And then I don't remember if the 600K was 120 mouse inputs a second. I think it was, because I think I had a 1.2 megabytes of data being sent to the server over 30 seconds when I was doing 1,000 mouse updates a second, which is way more than we need. So there's just things I could do to shrink everything down a ton, right? So that's kind of my goal. But yes, so your payload over 30 seconds to the server is the same size as my init payload to the client. Yes. Currently. And I'm not worrying about it right now. Well, I mean, obviously before we go live or with anything, I will, but yeah, sending a lot of data that could be compressed immensely, and not even by compression. I just mean by using a better format, not using just this long JSON string that sends way too much data. Because like this whole thing here, request, cursor move, like that's just stupid to have that. I could just make this, well, even in JSON, I could make requests. That's what I was trying to do here. I was trying to make this a C. So like just instead of the word request, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bytes, it would just be 1 byte. And then, you know, I could, instead of a string cursor move, I could just use an integer, right? And then there's 1 more byte. And then it would be much when it's stringified as JSON. But if I did something like, instead of just get rid of JSON altogether and use like an array buffer, a JavaScript typed array, like a like the uint 8 array, then I can just have something really nice where I just have like 1 byte for the command, and I could probably get away with 16 bits for the X position of the mouse and 16 bits for the Y position of the mouse. And we have with padding, we have 6 bytes to send to the server instead of this ridiculous like 40 bytes or whatever that this would be sending currently. So anyway, I don't want to talk about that too much more right now, because I will get to that down the road, but I want to focus on gameplay today. So back to this state stuff. This traversed thing, we need to keep track of that per each player. So yeah, so with so basically each player does not need to now keep track of each bubble. They really just kind of need to keep track of whether or not they're traversing each bubble. So I would still need an array. So like this dot bubble states could equal like an array, maybe like in this format, traversed, true false kind of thing. Like, so there'd be 1 per each bubble. I think this would be good. So maybe, actually, I could probably just do a new function, create bubble states, num bubbles, and then just return this object traversed false. Could probably just do that, and that would be all I would need to do, and then get rid of this. And now we've got an object in an array. I mean, we could maybe make that tighter. Bubble states. Maybe I could probably do better by, instead of an object, we could probably just make this like an array of booleans for each bubble. But for right now, let's just do this. Traversed bubbles. Yeah, actually, let's keep this as an object because I might end up adding more properties to this. But we don't really need this player bubble state object anymore because I'm just doing an anonymous object right here. Oh, wait, why? Oh, actually, this isn't good. I need to do const bubble states equals an array, and then I need to do for let I equal 0, I is less than num bubbles, I plus plus. We need to do that, and then bubble state, yeah, bubble states dot push, and then this, we're pushing this, and then we're returning bubble states. Okay, that's what we need. So we're setting up basically an array of for each bubble with an element for each bubble, and then we're just passing this object of traversed false. And then when the player moves the mouse over that, then the game will set this to true, and then anyway. Okay, so that's all we need then. And this is the old, what I did before, where we were actually using this player bubble state thing where we had traversed, in pop, or popped, traversed. Oh, don't do that. In play. But we don't really care about that anymore. So now back in the match, this is where this all matters. Okay, so now actually the bubble, what I should do is add some states to this bubble, because what we were doing before, since the state was handled per player per bubble, each bubble object that the match keeps track of didn't need to keep any state, really. A in-game state. Like whether or not a player popped it or not. Like, that didn't matter. Because each player was basically playing their own identity. You know, the bubbles were the same, and each player was kind of playing their own version of those. So the states were completely isolated to each player. But now we're really trying to merge those together. So the kind of thing that makes the most sense is just to add a couple of our state properties to this bubble class itself. Because right now, all that happens with this bubble object is it's got an ID, number, a radius, a position, and a color. And obviously the color means nothing on the server other than just sending that data down to the clients to make sure both clients see the same colored bubbles. And then there's a check traversal property or method on here that does, why does this doesn't even need to be a arrow function thing here. That's just because yeah, actually I can get rid of that. Yeah, so the only reason why that was a thing, or, okay. Yeah, actually, I'm going to take advantage of this situation now to get rid of this as a property, because we could actually make a check traversal just method right here. We don't need to do this property with a arrow function thing, because this method just gets called directly, it doesn't get passed around or anything. So now we basically want to move the popped and in play states, because here's what we had before that was for each player. The player popped their own bubbles and could see all different bubbles depending on where they were at in terms of the gameplay. But now only each player cares about whether or not their cursor is traversing a bubble or not. But then once the bubble's popped, it's popped for both players. So these two things here, popped and in play, are going to be kind of global for both players. And then the traversed thing, in fact, I'm even thinking traverse doesn't even, honestly, maybe doesn't. even need to really exist at this point. At this point, it doesn't. I think in the future it should. And it is being used, but I feel like it doesn't necessarily need to be used. But anyway, that's not important right now. So we want to move these two, popped and in play. We want to have those properties on our match bubble. This dot popped equals false. This dot in play equals false as well, right? Yeah, we start those to false. Okay. So now we need to do a couple of things. I'm going to take advantage of this to now move this code out of this property thing here. We don't really need that. And then, okay. So we can get rid of that, check traversal. And so check traversal basically is for every mouse movement from a player, we get the position of that mouse movement and the player object themselves so that we can check the state and whatever. And all of these things here, the state-wise, we can see are all attached to this player's state. Player.matchState.bubbles.popped, whatever, return, blah, 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 a bunch of stuff here. That's all about the player state. So now this stuff's going to change a little bit because instead of player.matchState.BubbleStates.popped, now we want to use this dot popped. So now all we need to just do is, I think, okay, actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this because I don't want to actually undo what I've already done. Because just in case this game mode is awful and we end up reverting back, I should probably branch this, shouldn't I? I should probably do a new git branch. When was my last commit? That is a good question. I have not been doing a good job of committing my code. 6 days ago. Okay, so I did that on Tuesday. Okay, that was Tuesday, 6 days ago. So that was after Tuesday's stream, I guess. I did the last commit. So maybe I should stash these changes, do a new branch of a branch. Or what was... added player match states handling on server. Do I have a date? Oh, 6:20 p.m. CST. Oh, nice. Okay, so that was November 10th, 6:20 p.m. CST. Cool. Okay, so that means I committed at the end of the day. So I committed Tuesday's changes. So Thursday's stream of changes is in this branch, but that wouldn't really be that big of a deal. All right, let's see if I can do some git here. Git status, bunch of stuff. Okay, that's fine. We do git stash, git status. Okay, git checkout dash B. Multiplayer. What have I been doing for my branch names? Just snake case or camel case? I meant to say. Mouse refactor. I'll do like a dash or something. It's like easier to read. Okay, so we'll do multiplayer dash. Okay, multiplayer dash shared bubbles. Yeah, we'll call it multiplayer dash shared bubbles. That's going to be kind of the game mode name for this branch. So git checkout dash B multiplayer shared bubbles. There we go. And then I do git stash apply. Sweet. I still had to use git, kind of. There we go. We got all our stuff. Brilliant. Okay, so now we got a new branch of a branch. And that way I can at least keep all the code. I still kind of want to keep my stuff commented out and preserved, but you can kill this terminal. Yes, okay, we'll move this over so it doesn't get in the way of our nice, lovely chat. And people have the voice that they deserve. That's what we want, right? Okay. So I'm going to keep this up here. This is the current game mode kind of state management. I want to keep that where the match state is handled per player, per bubble, whatever. But I'm basically going to kind of duplicate what we've got, but this will now be using our new state that's attached just to a bubble. We need to go. Did you offend me? I think so. But I redeemed myself by saying each person can have a voice now in the chat. Because if I have this, then there's some conflicts now in the on-screen chat. All right. So now we can, okay, now that we've did our Git management here, we can actually get back into whatever it was we were doing. So the popped, I'm just going to be looking at what these little state variables are here. So we've got popped, traversed, and that's it. So basically all I need to do is change this popped one to using this popped, our instance variable property popped there. So that would just be this dot popped instead of all this ordeal. So that should be all we need to do as far as that goes, I hope. This other stuff is about the traversed, which is still attached to the player. And this should all totally be valid code because I was smart and just kept this format. That's why I kept that format. Just kidding. It's probably a bad idea and it's going to break everything. But I'm not smart. So, okay. And none of this other stuff matters for what we're doing right now. Get client format. Yeah, that's all normal. Fine. Fine and dandy. Okay, so so that should be good as far as the bubble goes. And now on our match, we need to actually look at, okay, so this is a knit. I don't think we care about anything in that. And match, popped bubble count. Okay, so that'll change. Well, let's look at this player match state real quick. Match, opponent, bubble states, target bubble ID. Actually, this doesn't matter to the player anymore. Occur checkpoint ID, that doesn't matter to the player anymore. Mistake count, we'll keep this. Doesn't get calculated at the end of the match, match.end match. Okay. Wow, that is the most helpful comment I think I've ever had. I think I've ever written. Most helpful comment. Look at that. That told me exactly what I wanted to know. Okay. Most comments are just not helpful at all. Most comments are, this is a terrible idea. You should probably think of something better. But this right here is helpful. Because for a second there, I was thinking, oh yeah, popped bubble count. That needs to get incremented every time the player pops a bubble. No. Doesn't get calculated till the end of the match. Match.end match. Look at that. Okay, so all of this is fine, Just we don't need this anymore per player. Target bubble ID now needs to get hoisted up to the match object. And current checkpoint ID, technically that doesn't even matter at all now because we're kind of we're abolishing the idea of checkpoints somewhat. I don't know. We'll see how far we can get with that. But basically I need to move target bubble ID up to the match object because because both players are going to share the same target bubble. Just one player will pop that bubble before the other. So target bubble ID 0. Brilliant. Awesome. Okay. All right. So the end match thing, bubble state dot popped. Oh, actually, there is a little bit of an issue there with the stats at the end. So, because this is okay, so I'll have to do something with that. All right, so this is end match. What is this? Send command match ended, and then it sends the stats. Okay, so I'm going to have to do something with the stats, but we won't worry about that quite at this point. Because we're relying on, because each player had their own state per bubble, because the players are just popping their own bubbles on their own, willy-nilly, you know. It had nothing, what one player was doing had nothing to do with what the other player was doing. Then I had a pop property just on that bubble state for that given player, and I just count how many bubbles were popped by that player at the end of the match, and that's why we had this that's why we had this popped bubble count thing. We just toggle that up, or count that up, increment that up as we looped over all the bubbles to see how many bubbles the player popped, and then we would send that down in the stats to the players at the end of the game. But we can't do that. We need to have some other way of keeping track of which player popped the bubble. So I haven't gotten to that point yet, to how we're going to figure that out. When can I alpha test the multiplayer? I don't know, Weemy. I don't. Oh, you, because you just joined not that long ago. I'm actually working kind of on a new game mode. That's probably going to be a terrible idea, but I have to try it. I got the itch. I have to try it out to see if it works. So what it is now, and I can't show you now because all the code's broken, but now instead of players popping like their own, like each player, like they'd see the same bubbles, like the server would generate the same colors, positions, and sizes of bubbles and send them to both players. But both players were kind of just able to go ahead on they're going on their own, right? Like it's just who pops 30 bubbles, the most bubbles in 30 seconds. I mean, but each player, you know, that the bubbles popping had nothing to do with the other player. There was no like cross communication at all. But now my crazy idea, which I think is probably stupid, but we have to try it out and see, is what if they were popping the same exact bubble? So like the bubbles show up, both players are trying to pop the red bubble or something. The first bubble's red, let's just say. Whoever pops it first, then it disappears on the other players. So that's probably sounds like a nightmare, and it probably is. So basically the players are going to have like this shared state now of the bubbles and everything, instead of kind of their own individual things. So that way it's a little more like competitive, you know, a little more, the players are kind of interacting with each other. Before they were really just doing their own thing. Like whoever pops 30 bubbles whoever pops X bubbles in 30 seconds, whoever had the most, they win, right? With connections, latency and all, yes, sounds like a nightmare to code. We'll see. Yes, we'll see. That's part of what we're gonna have to kind of test around with. So you're probably right. It probably is not only a nightmare of a game mode, but if the game, well, for one, if the game mode's awful, because like I'd like to maybe have something working today, and then maybe when my wife gets home from work, we can test it out together. Because this is something I can't really test and have any sort of interesting, like I can't test the gameplay out by myself, right? Like we need two people actually playing to see how it is. If it's fun, then it's worth pursuing. But if it's bad, then yes, we're going to have to, well, I'll just scrap it at that point. We'll go back to whatever we had, and I'll try to think of something else to come up with. That's why I created a new Git branch just for this mode. So if it's awful, I can actually, if it's awful, I can technically just undo it all, but there's something else that I included in this branch that but yes, there will have to be like some latency compensation and stuff like that. So we'll see. We'll see how that works. And with that, like the UI responsiveness will kind of have to go down just by nature of this kind of thing. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I at least want to get it working so we can see if this is even a good idea at all in the gameplay sense. On LAN, on super low latency connections. So I think I'm going to take a bathroom break real quick. I know. I just did, but I got to get more coffee too. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back. Okay. So, I don't need to look at this end match method anymore here on our match. I don't think. Some of this stuff will need to change, but we don't really care too much about that stuff at this point. So this is the part where it gets a little more. Send target bubble ID to opponent. Okay, so this is going to need to be extended a little bit. Or actually this might be gone altogether now, and it'll be like a different, there won't be a op target. Yeah, because this message is opponent target bubble changed. So that was to let the other client know like how far ahead like the other player was of them. But now players aren't really ahead of one another. They're always at the same state in terms of popping bubbles, but one of them is going to be popping more bubbles than the other one. This game's probably just going to be madness. All right, so this will basically change. So now player cursor down. This is the important part. So yeah, we're not even using the position for this because we're using that traversed state. Okay. So now I'm just going to go ahead and change all of these over. Actually, let's keep, just for quick reference, I'm going to keep all of this. Pop. Okay. Is that right? I'm going to keep all of that just for reference. But this is going to change. Okay, so we're still looping over each bubble, which is great. But instead of this bubble state being attached to this player, this is now just going to be this dot bubbles. This dot bubbles I dot in play. And traverse is still attached to the player. Popped is now part of, it's going to be this dot bubbles. Player dot match date dot target bubble ID. Okay, this is going to be now this dot target bubble ID. Yeah, I'm just going to change all these variables over. It might work like magic. Right? Because now we have this dot target. Yes, brilliant. Player match state bubble states popped. Okay, so that changes to this dot bubbles dot popped, and this changes to this dot bubbles dot in play. We basically just refactored the state, and now I'm just kind of going back and remapping everything out with this new refactored state thing. Set next bubble to in play. Okay, so that would be this dot bubble. Yeah, that's this. And this could technically get changed to +1. And then this would be this dot target bubble ID. This dot target bubble ID. If new checkpoint. Technically, we're always on a new checkpoint, but so this can go away. Oh yeah, this is the awful. Okay, this is the part that's going to really need to be overhauled, because like it works now. It works fine on LAN. 3D version when? Next week maybe. Sounds good. No, I don't. Awesome. I don't know. We'll see what my first foray into 3D will be. It's a promise. Got a hair in my mouth or something. Why waste your time making a 2D game when VR is the future? I agree somewhat. I was very much an early adopter of VR, actually. And there was a point where I was like, a viewer seriously asked me that. Oh. I mean, there is, I mean, obviously VR is at a point where it's like, I mean, just look at the problems of, look at, that's not what I was trying to say. Yeah, like, there's just not that many people in VR, right? So it's like, it's hard to like say you're going to make a game in VR when it's going to be decades before VR becomes the standard. Yeah, I agree. Like, before that would become, before VR would be bigger, like the amount of VR players would be bigger than the amount of monitor, keyboard, mouse, / controller players, right? Like, before whatever you want to, however you want to categorize that, right? Like VR, well, VR and non-VR, I guess. Hey, that's, yeah, before like that number is like bigger, the VR player base global is like bigger. Whereas I want to see Steam hardware survey right now, just to see if they've, I actually was just looking at this the other day, but I wasn't looking at VR. It's got a VR headsets category, but does it have a, It doesn't show like percentage of VR to non-VR. Oh, you can't really do that anyway, though. That's not really that doesn't even make sense as a statistic to figure out, to calculate, because just because you're playing on a VR headset doesn't mean 2 minutes later you could be playing some other game, right? That's not VR. So you can't, that's not really a stat you could have, I guess. Because there's no way to just have, well, I mean, unless you have, like Oculus. Well, yeah, there's just no way to tell, to have that statistic. Anyway. Okay, so we've got this if new checkpoint, which technically every new bubble is a checkpoint. So that's why I'm kind of thinking like this new checkpoint system doesn't really make sense, at least in this. It doesn't really make sense as far as well, I think I can just leave this here. So this is no longer, this now becomes this. We can keep this, I guess. First to create player, match state.target bubble ID. So that becomes this.target bubble ID. And then that, and then this dot bubble is first to create, and then last to create. Players at 4 each. Ooh, actually all of this stays the same. And then, yeah, technically this stuff stays the same. It's going to be a little different though, because this was like an if statement for if the first player were to, it's basically the bubbles getting generated in the current game mode, whoever is ahead will trigger the bubble generation first on the server. So the server will then generate the next like checkpoints worth of bubbles and then send them to that player immediately. But then the other player won't get the bubbles sent to them until they reach that point that they need to be sent. Then it'll just be like skipping the generation of it because those bubbles will already be generated, basically. That's what this is. So this if statement here is if we like actually need to generate new bubbles. So if we do, then we hit a new checkpoint, then we generate new bubbles. But then like the second player, by the time they catch up, then we don't need to generate new bubbles. So then we just skip right down to sending them the bubbles right away. But now that doesn't really matter because now it's just a matter of one player pops one first and then the server will send the bubbles to both players because they're interacting with the same bubbles. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. So here we're just generating, or here we're sending the bubbles to each client, which that pretty much stays the same. Player send command bubbles, more bubbles. Player match state, cur checkpoint ID. I guess I could move this up to the server for right now. I might as well. This dot cur checkpoint ID equals 0. Okay, so then this would just change to this dot cur checkpoint ID. And then this would be this dot target bubble ID. Just this is all stupid now, but whatever. Oh, I could actually just change this to, yeah, because this is now 1. Checkpoint interval is now 1. So this is just the target bubble divided by 1, which is always just the target bubble. So I could just get rid of this division, but I'm going to keep it for right now. Because we're going to need to change some things as far as that goes. Okay, so we've got also our mistakes here. If player.matchstate.cursor in play. Ooh, cursor in play matters. The player pop dead space. Player made mistake. Okay. Ooh, we do need to look at this player made mistake method now. So, okay. Player cursor moved. That needs to get updated. Player made mistake. That needs to get updated. Send op target bubble ID. Okay. All right. So cursor moved. Player.matchstate to cursor in play. So this variable should stay there. This dot player made mistake. Okay, we'll need to look at that. Player send command cursor out of play. This maybe needs to go away, but that's fine for now. Player match to cursor in play true for let bubbles length. Player match bubble states. Player.matchstate.bubble states.in play. Okay, so that changes to this dot in play. This dot bubbles. This dot bubbles I in play. Yes, okay. And then this bubbles I check traversal position player. That's fine. We already updated that method for each bubble. Yeah, the cursor in play thing still matters for each player. Player made mistake. Player. Okay, this changes to this, which is stupid. This is 1. New target. Wait a minute. Is this going to be an error here? Oh, Oh, player made mistake. This technically should just go away because nothing changes. Like we could increment the player's mistake count, I guess. Yeah, like let's do that. Let's just do that. But the target, what in the world happened? The target bubble or anything doesn't change. Send opponent target bubble ID. Like maybe, okay, maybe we would have another thing to send to the player, like to show the other player's mistake or something, but not right now. Okay, so this, we can just do this mistake count increment, and that's pretty much it, because nothing will change. Your target bubble stays the same. Oh, wait a minute, though. Okay, hang on a second. Let's look at, okay, so that's player cursor moved if they move out of play. But let's look at up here. Okay, so that's if you pop dead space. Then that, okay, wrong bubble popped. Okay, so this is only if you popped the right bubble does the target bubble ID increment. So basically, we have a new thing we need to send. If on new checkpoint, then we generate bubbles. Yeah, this is all kind of silly. More bubbles. All right, so this, from here, we could actually do bubble popped. I guess we could do this dot bubble, this dot players, this dot players dot for each. Oh. Do I want to send both players the message right now? Player dot match, player dot send command. Message. I guess we'll do that. Bubble popped, and then new target will just be this dot target bubble ID, maybe. That seems like the best way to do this. We send it for each player. Yeah, because technically we're going to need to do that anyway. Okay. So, yes. So this should be fine. Sending the command to each player that a bubble was popped. Because in reality, we're going to need to... Because if both players pop a bubble very similar in time, both players can't necessarily assume that they were correct. So, like, both players would assume up front that they popped the bubble, but there needs to be some way to, like, notify the player that, oh, the other player popped the bubble. Oh, and we need to send, okay. Yes. Okay, so okay, never mind. We need to do something else here. We need to notify which player popped the bubble. Okay, so I can't do this little loop thing here. We need to we need to do player.send command because that's the player who popped the bubble. So message bubble popped. So we're doing this bubble popped for right now. You popped true, I guess. Like that's just kind of a stupid little thing for right now. New target, this dot target bubble ID. Okay. So this is going to say who popped the bubble, right? And we just have 2 players, so it's just a you popped. Oh, there's 2 players to send this message to. So now that player popped the bubble, and then we can do player.matchState.opponent. Whoops. Isn't that part of the match state? Player match state. Yeah, opponent. So we can do player.playerMatchState.opponent. Or it's match player state. That's the name of. Wait a minute. Match state. Okay, player.matchState.opponent. So then we just talk to that player. So whoever popped the bubble first, they get it. They get the point, right? And then which actually that's not something I'm even keeping track of right now. But then we're sending to the opponent, which is nice because we set up that opponent thing last time. Whenever that was on Tuesday. So we got player.matchState.opponent.send command. So we can send the command that this player popped, that you popped the bubble, true. But in this case, we're going to send false for you popped to the opponent. So that's nice. That's nice. So now what do we want to do? I guess in theory, like that's all we need as far as, so we still need the more bubbles, event bubble popped. Okay. I guess we'll create like a new, we're going to opponent target bubble changed. Okay. And we weren't doing anything with that anymore. More bubbles. Okay. So we'll just do a new, need a break there. We need a new case. Bubble popped. And then we're going to do, I guess we're only going to care if, no, technically we should care either way. Just that would make the clients keep the clients from getting out of sync somehow. But I'll have to think about that more. So case bubble popped. So now we've got I guess how do we time for me to sod off and do some stuff and things. No worries, Weemy. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Yeah, we'll see you later. Have a good one. Okay. So okay. So I guess we're going to need some sort of new event. Maybe we just do like server popped bubble or something. whoops, new target ID, and which is going to be, new target ID, which is going to be message dot, what is that? Where is that? Right here. New target. Okay. We should say new target ID for right now. New target ID. And then you popped. Whoops. Equals message dot you popped. Yes. All right. So okay. Server popped bubble. All right, so how easy is it going to be to just change our game code over? I guess we can do bubbles added from server. We can do this new event down here. Event server popped bubble listener what was that going to be? New target ID, and you popped. Okay, so all right, let's look at what happens when So this does all the checking, if you pop the bubble or not. If the player popped the last bubble, this code can all go away. Currently destructs all effects, but this should only destruct crash effects so they don't confuse the player. Yada yada yada. Huh. This dot bubbles I dot traversed and this dot bubbles I dot popped. So I'm wondering if maybe I move like this code here to like a new function, to like a separate function, because then I can just say because like then we know like if we get inside of this if statement, we know we've popped the right bubble like on the client. So maybe like I can have like a function now that this is all wrapped in, because all of this needs to happen whether or not the player popped the bubble or like the server is showing the other player pop the bubble. Yeah, all of this is going away anyway. There is no last bubble anymore. Yeah, I'm going to delete all this actually, I think. Yeah. Getting rid of all that for once and for all. We don't really need it. Initialize the next bubble. Okay. There's that target bubble ID plus config.marathon.checkpoint interval. I feel like this is a problem. To do why this if. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's look at if practice generate next checkpoints bubbles, set new checkpoint ID. .navmeter.set target bubble ID. Okay. So I think, because like all of this should still happen. Set target bubble ID. Yeah, all of this stuff should technically still happen. Because here's where we're actually doing the initializing of the next bubble. So if will the game work if I play just single player? I think it should. 2, 1. Whoa. New follow there. Andy James Adams is followed. Sorry, my speaker's muted there. Let's bring him up. There we go. I just so happened to see the little OBS thing caught my eye. Andy James Adams. Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out, man. So, hi Andy, welcome to Bubble Gang. Yeah, Bubble Gang. I like that retro. Andy James, thank you. I like that name, Andy James Adams. Is that your real name? Because that's pretty cool. Andy James Adams. I would use your full, if that's your real full name, I would just call you that full name all the time. Full legal name. Don't dox me. Nice. So yeah, so our single player still works because we didn't really change anything on the client. But right now, okay, so right now we've got it pretty much the way we want it, I think. Or at least, not the way we want it, really, but the way it'll be for right now. So what's happening is when you play, we generate the first 2 checkpoints of bubbles, which is right now just 1 bubble per checkpoint. So we've got yellow and brown, the first two bubbles. So then as we pop one at a time, the new bubbles are getting generated, blah, 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 blah. And I forget exactly why I was looking at this. Oh, so I guess this is calculating if we need to initialize another bubble, a new bubble. Init next bubble. This dot target bubble ID plus the checkpoint interval. Yeah, and I have a to do. Why this if? Because I feel like this if is something that's, yeah, not. If next bubble ID to init is less than this dot bubbles dot length, which it. Yeah, okay, I don't care. I don't really care about figuring out what that is. Right now. We'll figure out that to do later. Keep getting hairs in the mouth, man. Or at least I feel like. You ever feel like you got a hair in the mouth, but you actually don't? That's an awful feeling. Terrible. It's like you're like, man, I could swear there's a hair in my mouth right now, but there's not. Like you look in the mirror or something and you look out your tongue and you're like, no, there's no hair there. But it's an awful feeling. Like if I was, especially when eating, yeah, there you go. Like if I was like Scarecrow on Batman, you know, it's like your worst fear or whatever. That would be like, you know, Scarecrow like puts out the gas or whatever, and I'm like seeing my last fear, and it just feels like I've got all these hairs in my mouth, but I'm like trying to pull them out, but they're not coming out. It's just this feeling of hair in my mouth. Whew, gives me the willies. Well, yeah, you and I retro, we know, because especially with long hair, it just kind of ends up everywhere. All right. So why is this so hard? Why is programming kind of hard sometimes? I just cleaned my keyboard this morning. So much hair. I gotcha. Should glue it together and name it. Yeah. I'm all for that. I have to constantly check to see if my daughter has hair stuck around her fingers. Yeah. Yeah, I could imagine that. Yeah, thankfully, I see what you're saying, Andy James. Thankfully, I have a keyboard I have the Corsair K70, which is actually really nice because it's basically just like it's like a little sheet metal thing, and then the switches, the Cherry MX switches are just like stuck on top. And then, so there's like nothing, I mean, dust still gets down in there, but it's like, it's really nice because it's not like typically where you get all this gunk down underneath your keys and everything. It's just much more like, it's like a sheet of metal with the switches on top, just like stuck in there, and then the keycaps and whatever. So to like really clean it, you got to pop all the keycaps off and wipe it all down. But my keyboard is disgusting. Yeah, mine's getting there. Mine's getting there too. And missing the V key. Nice. Or not nice, I guess. My son spilled my coffee on my keyboard this morning. Oh, so it was non-optional cleaning day. Press F for the keyboard. Well, I assume the keyboard's still fine, I guess. I guess I don't know if you got a mechanical, Andy James, but I guess like a mechanical probably wouldn't have the mechanical switches probably wouldn't suffer from spills. I mean, aside from like stickiness or something, like if it was soda or something. I mean, in case of coffee, yeah, you don't have to worry about stickiness, I guess. But my numpad is eternally sticky from vodka plus lemonade spill. Gotcha. And I guess the vodka plus lemonade was part of the reason of the spill. Maybe, maybe not. All right. It was your daughter's vodka plus lemonade, right, Evan? Right, Retro? My laptop is falling apart. Do you have a separate keyboard, Retro? Andy James, I have a mech, but not on this machine. I'm on my Mac, but my WinPC has my mechanical on it. Oh, so you see, oh, so the coffee's on the MacBook keyboard? Dang. I'm not letting my daughter have vodka plus lemonade until she's at least 12. Yeah, that sounds about right. I stand for that. I do not have an external keyboard, and I don't really have the desk space for one. Or the monkeys. Or the monies. Monk. Reading the chat is a skill I don't have. The monies, not the monkeys. Apple aluminum is great. Yeah. I'm budgeting super hard. IDK if I mention it, but I quit my job to do retro full time. What? Nice. That's awesome. That's awesome, Retro. Well, congrats on that. I guess, right? It's a good thing, right? That's cool. So are you working on Retro right now? Are you streaming right now and chatting me? What are your, are you still keeping the same stream schedule and everything? I kind of just got too fed up with the day job and said, screw it. Gotcha. I have 7 more days until free. Gave 2 weeks notice. Oh, gotcha. Are you going to start streaming? Are you still going to do evenings? I'm going to stream like 12 hours a day. Wow. Nice. Yeah, Andy James. Retro MMO is working on a retro MMO. So it's pretty cool. You should check it out. It's way more interesting than the stuff I'm doing. I'm on the site right now. Nice. Won't have as much time to watch the other streamers, sadly. Yeah, you're like you're pretty much my number one fan, Retro. So if I lose you, I don't really have much. I'm just kidding. Well, no, I'm not kidding, but no, I'm excited that you're working on retro MMO full time now. Imagine that progress. Imagine that progress you're gonna get. 12 hours a day. That's crazy. So I will continue to send my peoples your way. Oh, well, thanks. Thanks for that. I appreciate that. You don't have to, though. No obligation. Except that I may never watch your stream again if you don't, but I'm just kidding. Oh, I don't have to. Never mind that. Exactly. All right. I don't know what I'm working on anymore. I'm just trying to see how much of the existing client code I can keep without having to screw around with right now to accommodate for this new game mode, this new multiplayer game mode. So I think we could hopefully keep all of it. Hopefully. set new checkpoint ID. This occurred checkpoint ID. So, okay, so this part's already skipped, and we don't really care about that, which is fine. The setting the new checkpoint ID, I'm going to keep this stuff for now. The set target bubble ID, this is the important part. Yeah, let's say, okay, so we can keep, I think from like this point, okay, so for inside this if statement, the code inside of here needs to be put like in a function. Yeah, so like all of this code needs to go into a function because now it needs to get called. This could run in another case, I think. Yes, yes. Because here's the very first thing. We're popping that bubble. So calling .pop on a bubble triggers the animation. So if the other player pops the bubble, then we need to know that. Ooh, the cursor position. Okay, that might need to change. Ooh, actually, I'm not using that right now. So I can probably just make this an optional parameter. I'm not even using this right now currently on the client. That used to be because I used to have like a little hit indicator when the player popped the bubble to like give you to show you kind of the exact location that your cursor was when you popped the bubble. But I kind of got rid of that for now. So we probably could just get rid of it altogether. Okay, so okay. The destruct effects, this might actually need to be different. This doesn't actually need to go away. Maybe. If the other player popped the bubble, the bad cursor effects probably shouldn't go away. So I could actually maybe move that outside of that function call. But I'm going to use the bathroom real quick because I'm doing a little pee dance right now. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere unless you feel like it. I can't stop you. All right. We're back. Okay. So Yeah, I was going to say we could probably move the cursor destruct effects up. And then from here down needs to be the function, basically our function call. So I guess we could say, we could probably just create a function, a method on our marathon that's called pop bubble. Or bubble popped maybe. Pop bubble. And then in here, we're going to have some sort of target ID come in, I guess. Okay, and then what we'll do is we will move all of this code. Yeah, and then I can at least test this on the client first. So we'll do this, and there's no variables or anything that get calculated or get set up, right? Pending instruction, blah, blah. Yeah, no variables that we need. So I'm just going to move all of this into the popped bubble thing. Oh, first off, let's just get rid of this. Where's our pop method? Yeah, we don't need this right now. We don't need that right now, so I'm just going to keep that as pop. At some point in time, we might need that, but we don't really care about that, so let's get rid of that. Now that goes dim, which is fine. Okay, so moving all of this code into... What? Oh, no, that's from here. Okay. From in here up. Okay, all the way up to here. And then that goes into pop bubble. Oh my goodness, that indentation. How did that get all... Oh. Oh, because it was indented really far before. Okay. All right, so that's cool. Okay. So now we can call this dot pop bubble. And that's all we need right here. This dot pop bubble. And we're going to need to pass something in, or because when the server calls pop bubble, it's going to have to say something happened. So, whoops, let's just make sure our client is still good. One, nope. I is not defined. Okay. Okay, pop bubble is going to need to take the ID, the index, the ID, the bubble ID, popped bubble ID. I guess we'll say I for right now, because where do I use I in this code? For let I. These are all new I's. Stop bubble to target. Wow, I'm doing a bunch of... Wait, where? Okay, what was that error? What was that error we had? I is not defined. Marathon.js 113. Oh, just right here in the very beginning. Popped index, popped bubble ID. Yeah, let's just call this popped bubble ID. Yeah, just this one right here, because we need to know which bubble we're popping. So that's that. But then we don't use that anywhere else. So we'll call that popped bubble ID. And then we're probably gonna have like the target bubble ID that comes in too. Maybe. We're gonna have to figure that out, how exactly we're gonna do that. Okay, so anyway, this should be good now. So if we refresh, we play, our client, nope, cannot read property pop of undefined. Oh, because I'm not passing it in. Okay, so let me pass bubble I. Okay. So I am 99% sure we are good now. Yes, okay. So this is all fine. And this is not how we really want things yet, but it's good enough for now. And if I make mistakes, nothing changes, right? I crash, whatever. I miss by a hair, it doesn't matter. And that's all with the existing code still working the way it is, which is great. Okay, so now this .pop bubble needs to be called from the other side, from the server popped bubble. So new target ID, you popped. Okay, so how do we differentiate? I guess what we'll have is we would call pop bubble, this, oh yeah, this .pop bubble. And then we're going to have, so we're calling this new function we have because we need to trigger a pop. So I guess maybe we do new target ID -1. Oops. And then popped bubble ID. Yeah. Yeah, and actually we maybe don't even need the U popped right now. That'll be to like trigger some graphics, I guess. And like if we were doing stats on the client side, like knowing whether you were the one who popped or not would be important. But in the case of right now, until I have like some graphics set up, because I was thinking of maybe having like a little ring where that would show you that the other player popped the bubble. Because like right now, the only thing that happens when you pop a bubble, like in a single player practice mode, is you pop the bubble and it just fades out basically. And like the stuff over here like slides around, but that's all there is. Like it just fades out. So it'd be cool to have maybe like a, kind of like with the crash indicator here, like where there's that little red ring that kind of goes out. It'd be cool if maybe we did that, but like if you pop the bubble, so in a competitive match one-on-one, if you pop the bubble, maybe there's like a little blue ring that kind of goes out. And then if the other player popped the bubble, a little red ring, kind of like these colors right here, these buttons. If you pop the bubble, it'd be this blue, like a little ring of that blue. If the opponent popped the bubble, it'd be red of that this same red color here. I think that would make sense to have. So yes. And now, in theory, we probably got probably gonna have a bunch of errors, but I feel like we could probably try a match right now and see how it works. So this might actually be the moment of truth. It's probably not going to be, because we're probably gonna have like 100 more errors that we gotta fix before then, because there's probably a bunch of things that I overlooked. But if we try 2 clients right now, we try a competitive match, if everything works, we should see when I pop the bubble on one player, the bubble will disappear on the other player's game. So let's queue up 2 players here. We're starting the match. Okay. So if I pop green on this guy, will it disappear on this one? Yeah, I think it might. Not at all. Not at all. Okay, so something didn't fire there. Let's take a look. I knew it was a long shot. Retro MMO, moment of truth. Yes. Ship it. Nice. Yes, I think it is ready. I mean, we're ready for prime time. Okay, so what in the world went wrong here? Probably everything, to be honest. Okay, WebSockets wrapper. Case bubble popped. I probably like misnamed something here. So let's see if we're even getting this event. Player popped bubble from server popped bubble. Let's see if that's even showing up on the clients, that message. Should be. Hooked up all the plumbing. Okay, so now we should see this message on both players. No, we're not. Okay, so never mind. Back to the drawing board. Okay, so send command. Message, bubble popped. Are we not? Oh, you know what? I bet you somehow the state here on the server is not ever reaching this point. So let's log on the server. Player popped the bubble. Let's just... the server's probably not good somewhere. Yeah, okay, so something when I refactored our state and everything on the server, we are no longer hitting this condition. So this if statement here is when we know the player popped a bubble. So this, okay, so this traversed thing, man, I need to go back and there's a bunch of things that we need to see. Player cursor down. Let's see if we're getting at least to... okay. Let's see. Player moved cursor. That's a method, right? Player cursor moved. Let's just see if we are keeping track of... oh, here we go. Okay, check traversal. Oh, let's actually do that on the server here on the bubble. Okay, so if the player, the bubble states ID true. Okay, let's see if this is even working. So we're gonna print on the server when the player hovers over a bubble. Player hit bubble. What number? ID. This dot ID, right? Not like that. That doesn't even really matter, but okay. So here we should see, maybe, unless I screwed something up, because that's very possible. That's why we're checking this in the first place. Yeah, okay, it's not even working. So the server was not logging when I was hovering over that bubble. So we broke something. So if the circle hit, okay. So let's at least make sure we're getting the messages. Pose. Player moved, cursor, and then pose. Okay, so we should see that event at least. So at some point along the way, wow, okay. So what happened? We're not getting any events now. Wait a minute, what's going on here? The server said the cursor's out of play. How does the server know the cursor's out of play if we're not even checking these events? Oh, I wonder if we're not even getting to the part where we're even calling this method in the first place. That might be the problem. Okay, so that's in match. Where? Okay, check traversal. Yeah, so we must not be, this else statement here. Yeah, because obviously we were firing cursor out of play events. Player.matchState.cursor in play. That should be fine, right? Let me just make sure I'm not crazy. So cursor moved. And then, yeah, there shouldn't be anything weird about that. Because that stuff didn't change. Yes, okay, so a bajillion cursor moves are showing in the server, right? That's exactly what we expected. Literally a bajillion, probably. So okay, so this is if not circle hit. Okay, so that's the boundary. Whoops. Okay, so then we were obviously moving the cursor and checking the hit of that, and then That was working. So because we were sending back to the player that the cursor is out of play. Because we were like logging that. Because every time you move the mouse outside of the circle here, the cursor will tell you, or the server will tell you, and then we'll see this little message here in the console. Server said the cursor is out of play. That's not really an actual important thing, I don't think, to have as far as gameplay goes, but for debugging things, I liked having that. So we're getting to this else statement, but I guess this is our problem, probably, is the bubbles is not in play, because we were not firing check traversal at all. So this dot bubble, we refactored this in play state. So this dot bubbles I dot in play is probably not valid, probably not getting set to true when it's supposed to be getting set to true. So let me do like let me in fact do a fantastic project-wide search. In play equals true. Where are we saying that? So we're using that exact expression, or partial expression. In play equals true. Yes, I bet you this is it. Match, why doesn't it show me the line number? How do I, VS Code, how do I submit feedback? Tweet feedback. I don't use Twitter. VS Code, show the line number right here. Like, that's all I ask for. I don't want to click and have you take me to it. Just show me the line number in the search. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't show it anywhere. Is it that hard? You're showing the whole chunk of the line. Just show the line number as well. That would be fantastic. Okay, so cursor in play, true. There's got to be an extension that does it. Yeah, there probably is. Probably is. I mean, honestly, I could just click this and then it'll take me to the line number, but I don't want to actually move to that line number. Like, I don't want to move to that yet. Like, I might at some point, but I'd rather like just get an idea of, I'd rather like just keep my control here. So like, I know that like I can see that this, you know. Does hovering over tell you? No, it doesn't. It just has it doesn't have anything. It literally just the hover over text is literally exactly what it shows right there, if you can read that. But the hover text is literally just this. Wow. Okay. So, okay, here's the one. Yes, this is the problem right here. Brilliant, because I'm still, okay, so this is not respecting. This is not respecting the new refactoredness. Right? Okay, this is cursor in play. This is probably fine. This is probably fine. Yeah, these are probably fine because I already looked at this code. This I missed though for sure. And we're using match state dot, this is part of the player object, match state dot bubble state. So we got rid of, or dot in play. So that's dot in play is no longer part of the player's match state bubble state. That's kind of awful, but okay. So this needs to get moved elsewhere now. So I need to figure out where that actually gets set up. So let's go to player. Here's the problem. Okay, so when we do set match, we initialize the first few bubbles. That's the problem. So I guess when we do set match, wherever we call this on the server, we don't need this anymore. Yeah, in fact, I'm just going to whack it all together. So now set match. In fact, now we don't even need this method anymore, really, because it's just kind of not. Well, I'll keep it. I'll keep it for now. Okay, so the match calls this and match init, right? Match init, set match. Yes. Okay. So then in here, when we do init, we need to initialize those first bubbles. Yes. Oh, crap. I moved that out. Okay. Don't delete stuff unless you absolutely know you can delete it. For let I equal 0. For I, blah, 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 checkpoint interval. Okay, so for the first bubble, okay, I'm just going to copy. I'm going to copy this. Ah. Oh, no. Let's get rid of it. Okay, so I copied it. And then let's go to players.forEach, set match. Just right here first, we might as well just set our bubble states to true. Set first, I'm not going to put a comment there. We don't need that. Okay. So init, we've got for let I do checkpoint interval plus I plus plus is dot match state dot bubble states. So this is going to be this dot bubbles I. Yes. Okay. So this will be this dot bubbles I in play true. Okay. Now it might actually work. Let's see. This might be the real moment of truth. Just hovering over tell you. No respect. Yeah. Andy, do you do game dev stuff as well? Andy James, I do. Andy James, what do you work on? What games? What stuff? All right, we got moment of truth right here now. Let's see. 3, 2, 1. Okay. So if I pop this bubble, will it disappear on this player's screen? Hopefully. Okay, no, everything broke. Okay, cannot read property pop of undefined. Hey, we actually got an error message on the other player too. The same error message. Cannot read pop of undefined. Marathon JS 113. We're 113. Okay, so okay. You know what? I have a feeling the data I'm sending to the player is not actually, may not be correct. Popped. What in the world? Andy James Adams. Sorry, I have to use the full name all the time. I am a mobile developer. I previously used Unity, but now using HTML5 Canvas and JS to build games. Nice. Sweet. Good deal. What are you using for, what are you using to do for the mobile side of it? Because I assume you're doing like an app, but you're probably converting like your web dev stuff to a like an actual native app. Which is what you, or no, retro, you don't have that. You have just, you can play in the browser on mobile, right? But you don't have like an actual like separate like Electron for mobile or whatever. I use OS X Xcode to populate a web view, then lock out all browser controls. Oh, okay. Gotcha. My mobile app will just be a web view. Okay. Oh, yeah, I never thought about that. I guess I don't really care about mobile that much, I guess. Or never really, I don't really think about it. But yeah, the web view. Okay. Gotcha. Nice. Is there anything really involved in that, or is it? Mobile is an incredibly competitive market. Yeah, for sure. To make for iOS, you gotta have a Mac. Yeah. But to do the web view thing, is that pretty straightforward? Like you don't really do, like it's basically just a browser page. Like is the browser actually, when you have the app, is the browser, the actual installed browser doing the running, but it's just like thing where you can say, I'm going to lock out, obviously, the browser controls and everything, which is what you, I guess that is kind of what you said. So like your app is, and the framework I use is about as simple as doing an iframe is in HTML. Okay. Oh. Nice. Nice, nice. Yeah, it just uses the native browser. Okay. Cool. So in Xcode, you're building an application that pops up a web browser, but without control. Gotcha. Mobile deployment sucks. Right, yeah, just basically launching Safari without controls. Nice, nice. So like you can actually have it as an app on the App Store, I guess, right? But then it's probably super lightweight because obviously you're basically just sending down HTML, JS, and everything then. Yep, the .app file is a container at that point. Gotcha. Cool. Or APK for Android. Gotcha. Nice. So what's the game you're working on? I assume you're working on a certain game right now? Andy James Adams? All right. Why? Okay. So pop cannot read property pop of undefined. It's not a property. It's a method. Marathon JS 113. Oh, wrong. Client. This is on the client. Marathon. Okay. So maybe I'm not doing the right. Whoops. Let's go up to. Oh yeah, this dot pop bubble. New target. Oh yeah, here we go. New target ID. CLG. New target ID. Let's print that quick. Okay. Refresh. See where we're at here. Oh, it's undefined. Okay, so I am really not sending that. You know what? I did the destructuring. That works, doesn't it? I know how to write JavaScript, don't I? I'm actually working on util scripts for faster prototyping. Nice. Procgen and grid stuff. I don't know. I'm not sure what procgen is. Also testing the load and response of Matter.js in iOS. Nice. Oh, procedural generation. Gotcha. Sorry, procgen. I'm not with it. I'm not with it when it comes to slang. Matter.js, that's familiar. 2D rigid body JavaScript's physics engine. Nice. Okay. I think I have heard of that. Cool. Proctology generator. Nice. Okay. All right, so the new target ID is nothing. That's nothing. So how do we make that something? That is the question. New target ID. Don't I know how to use my own event thing? My own event system? How does this work? Event emitter.emit. Here's my event name, and here's the object. New target ID. Message.target ID. That's wrong. It should be new target ID. Right? Where's the server here? Yes, new target ID. Yes. Okay. So now that we've solved the problems of the universe there, we should... New moment of truth, okay? New moment of truth. 3, 2, 1. All right, so now if I pop this bubble, will it in fact disappear on this client? Yes. Cool. Okay, except this player's missing the nav meter now. So I'm not doing something. Okay, but that's still pretty cool. So if I go here, okay, now everything's broken. Can I set property pending destruction? What is... Okay. All right, wait a minute here. Let's look at, okay, so we started up a game. What happened on this client? So I popped the bubble here. It disappears on that player. Server popped bubble. We see on this client here, server popped bubble, which is fine. Oh, okay. I think that actually might be the problem why the nav meter disappears. So if we need to do like a little reconciliation here from on the client side. So if, I guess we do if we're, oh, this is the server. Here's the client code. Bubble. Yeah, marathon here. So if new, okay, I guess we can skip. We could say if new target ID, if new target ID does not equal this dot target bubble ID. I should call this target bubble ID to be more clear. Okay, so if if this does not, then we're gonna do this. So if they don't match, so that way the player who popped the bubble won't pop the bubble twice, as far as the client like graphics and everything are concerned. Okay, so that should help fix this issue with the nav meter disappearing. So now if I pop this bubble, okay, never mind that. Okay, let's just print some whatever junk logs here. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Okay, so I did something wrong there. If, oh, whoops. Okay, that was my bad. Yeah. This, okay, so if it doesn't equal, yeah. Okay. Again, do I know how to program? I don't know. That's the question of the day. Okay. All right, so now when I pop this pink bubble, it should disappear here. The purple should be there. And I think, in theory, we should see the purple one here. Yes, cool. Okay, that's great. But the problem is this client is not getting the new bubbles. So this guy is getting the bubbles, but the other guy, why is he not getting the bubbles? And every time we're crashing here. Cannot read property pop of undefined. Server said the cursor is out of play. Oh, right. Okay, so I know what's going on here. Somehow we need to send the new bubbles. Okay. So on the server, I'm I'm just gonna, okay, match. So when the player pops the bubble, so that would be player cursor down, yeah, here. So when the player popped the bubble on the server, we send, okay, so because of this little if statement here, the new bubble gets generated, but it only goes to the player if the player gets to that point. So that's why our other player wasn't getting any of the new bubbles and they were just throwing errors. So we need to actually send more bubbles to both players. Yeah, so I guess all I really need to do is duplicate this, but now one player will trigger that and then the command will go of more bubbles. But now I just need to do player.matchState.opponent. How do I spell opponent? There we go. So then we just send the same exact bubbles to the opponent as well. Okay. So actually, that should look exactly the way we want. Okay. So now, on this one, I can pop the bubbles, and this guy should just keep updating. Nope. Nope. Oh, I need to refresh. Okay. How about that? Oh, never mind. The server crashed. Cannot read property send command if undefined. Opponent.send command. Oh, it'd help if I spelled opponent correctly, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Opponent. Yes, okay. I've got so many fundamental problems going on here. My programming skills are the least of my worries. Okay, so as we pop a bubble, we should see the more bubbles pop up for this player. The more bubbles. That sounds like bad English, but that's the name of the event. More bubbles. Okay, so then we go. Yes. Yes. It's working. All right. So now, at the end of the match, we're probably going to get some horrible errors. But at least this is working. And obviously, like, we're not... no errors. Okay. Cool. Okay, the only problem is now is that we've got... I kind of want to get rid of the checkpoint idea, but I kind of don't want to get rid of the checkpoint idea at the same time. Because obviously this is not quite the game we want yet, because like if we go to populus.gg right now, because now everything's screwed up. Andy James Adams, sorry I'm back. Had to get a drink. No worries. Oh. It's actually going, I mean, not 100% the way we want it, but at least the moment of truth was true or good. I don't know. So now, like, if I pop bubbles on this one, the other player will advance as well. So now the other player is advancing just like this player. So the whole thing about these colors, we need to have more bubbles shown on screen, not just one at a time. It needs to be like the live site right now, where if I do a practice, we got like 4 bubbles at once, and we got like a bunch here on the side that we can kind of see. Needs to be like much more like that. He stopped coding because he left. Yeah, I did. Such a nice guy. What server are you running this on? Like what am I using for like the back end language and stuff? I guess you're asking. Yeah. Well, so I'm doing Node.js for the actual server side. So my server and my client, my server code is all here on the left, and my client code is all here on the right. And then yeah, and for my development, I'm just using like just a little HTTP server. Actually, that is also a Node.js server. It doesn't really matter because I'm just serving static files to the clients, and then just an HTML and a JS file, and then I have like with WebSockets. I'm using WebSockets with the Node server, so that that's where all our communication's happening. So yes. So now I wish I could kind of just start over from scratch with some of this. Because this idea of checkpoints is going to kind of go away, at least as far as the server is concerned. Because like if we, on Populus, the live site right now, you got 4 bubbles, and it's set up so that if you got 4 bubbles and a checkpoint. So once you pop 4 bubbles, we go to a new checkpoint. If I pop blue, I'll go to a new checkpoint. But if I mess up, I have to go back to the beginning of the checkpoint, which is this green bubble. So like as long as I mess up and I haven't gone to a new checkpoint, I always have to go back to green. But then once I go to a new checkpoint, now purple is the next start of the next checkpoint. Which is kind of fine. I mean, that's how it works right now. But for this new way the game works, we can't really have checkpoints. Or for the competitive mode, we can't really have checkpoints because both players are at the same level all the time. It's just whoever popped more bubbles first, or whoever popped the bubble first. Because now, like, whoops. Okay, now I'm on my, okay. Let's just refresh these. So like here, you know, this guy can pop the bubble, but then this guy can pop that bubble, right? And then this guy popped that bubble first, but then this guy popped the next bubble, then this bubble, then this player popped this bubble, this player popped this bubble, this bubble. You know, like they're going back and forth, they're racing. But I want to have more bubbles on screen, not just one at a time. That's kind of lame. Because we already tried the one at a time thing, and it's like really slow because you're kind of waiting. Yeah. All right. This whole game mode is probably an awful idea. I'm probably going to scratch all of this. This whole day is going to be like wasted. So multiple bubbles of the same color or different. Wonderful is rating. Wonderful, what's going on? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate that. Retro best game mode. What is going on? Wonderful. Did I ask that already? Yeah, I think I did. Rainy Dash. Throwing those one dib waves. How's that? Like that? Nice. All right. I like it. Always more to do than I thought of. Nailed it. Always more to do than I thought of. What are you talking about, Wonderful? Andy James, you said, so multiple bubbles of the same color or different? They're supposed to be different. So like the idea is if we on the game right now, if we do just a single player game, you can have up to 7 bubbles on the screen currently, and they should all be different colors. They should all be different enough. Obviously for colorblind people, it's still difficult to see, but that'll be another step at some point. But you should have no more than 7 bubbles on screen, and all 7 of those bubbles should not have colors that are too similar. You can kind of tell maybe that these are like kind of evenly spaced along like a color wheel, which is kind of how I'm doing it, how I'm doing the color generation. But yeah, no duplicate colors. Wonderful. I thought I might finish a feature, but it's basically unstable without instructions. Or unusable without instructions. Gotcha. Yeah, I know. Okay, so now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, always more to do than you think. Yes. It's always more work. That's what I'm dealing with right now, actually, because I thought, like, okay, maybe making this new game mode, I still think it's possible to do in one day, but it's more details. Yeah, there's always more details to it than you realize. Even with a stupid, simple game like this, so it's basically as stupid as it gets. Like, it's dumb. Like, there's just not a lot going on. It's just still a million little things to do. So, okay, and these stats are all screwed up too, but we haven't addressed the stats yet. So, we're almost like, let's pull out my handy diagram. That doesn't really apply anymore, but I still am going to reference it for ideas. So the current checkpoint system works as according to this nice little notepad diagram that I've been using for a while now. So I have this variable checkpoint interval, and that is 4 for right now. I mean, we could change it, but for this diagram's sake, it's 4. So that means 4 bubbles per checkpoint, basically. Hi Raiders, I will be your best friend if you play the game and join our Discord. Once in a lifetime offer. Retro MMO. Thanks. It's Retro MMO's way of telling me I need to tell people to play the game more and whatever. And check the Discord and stuff like that. Thanks Retro, for that. Yeah, so we have 4 bubbles per checkpoint. If we go right now, if we go to populus.gg right now and we play, we will experience this 4 bubbles per checkpoint thing right now. So we get, and the way it works is the first checkpoint's worth of bubbles show up on screen immediately. So that's why we see 4 bubbles right away. And then once we pop 4 bubbles, then we go to the new checkpoint. If I mess up, we have to go, all the bubbles we popped come back, and we have to, well, okay, that was not a good explanation here. No, you focus on the codes. I'll happily spam for you. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Retro. And Wonderbolt, if you're still hanging out, what is it that you? I've asked you this before. I feel bad now, probably. What is it? What is it you're working on, Wonderbolt? If you say, I'll probably remember. And James Adams, 21, 3 mistakes on first run. Nice, nice. Yeah, you're kind of in the that's the I would say you're in the median of pops there. So yeah, so the way the checkpoint system works is because I thought it would be cool to punish you. He said you're a noob. Well, yeah, I guess I did. Nice, nice. So I got a tech deck here. I keep playing with a little tech deck. That's what that. If you hear that sound, so as I'm like trying to think, I'm freestyling tech deck right now. So The new ones are nice, actually. I don't know who played with tech decks when they were kids, but this is an old tech deck. This is the new one. Look at how fat that new one is. And I really like the new style. I really like it. All right. I should put my tech deck in my description about which tech deck I'm using currently, so people can know. All right, anyway, tech deck aside, with the checkpoints here, basically, we see the first checkpoint's worth of bubbles right away. So we see the first 4 bubbles right away. Bubble 0, bubble 1, bubble 2, bubble 3. 0 indexed, right? So 0, 1, 2, 3 is our first 4 bubbles. So that is checkpoint 0. So that's what this little thing is. These are our bubbles, and then this is our checkpoint. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 for this diagram. So we see the first 4 right away, and we actually generate 2 checkpoints worth of bubbles up front. So we generate 0 through 7, but we only show 0, 1, 2, 3 right away. As soon as you pop bubble 0, bubble 4 appears on screen, but you're still trying to pop bubble 1. Right, so you're popping them in this order that they are. So the reason why like you could have 7 bubbles on screen at once is because when you pop 0, 1, 2, you don't go to the next checkpoint until you pop bubble 3. So when you pop bubble 0, bubble 4 appears. When you pop bubble 1, bubble 5 appears. When you pop bubble 2, bubble 6 appears. But then if you mess up, you have to go back to bubble 0. So bubbles 2, 1, 0 appear again. And bubbles 4, 5, and 6 are still on screen. So now you see bubbles 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 7 total bubbles. Andy James Adams, channel points, 500 for tech deck kickflip. There you go. That's a good idea. The other, what was that? Thursday, on Thursday night's stream. Which I just streamed for the first time Thursday night, this past Thursday. And I plan to do Thursday night streams, but no promises yet on that. Badger in the chat was saying, hey, you gotta do something with your channel points, because he's like, I got 20K channel points, so you gotta have something actually cool to do with that. So yeah, I gotta think of something to do with channel points. Wait, who has 20K? Badger. His name is like Badger_Badger. He always he's the other guy who dumps the you and him are the ones who are dumping the. Well, is 20K like, how many do you have, Retro? Because you literally like are sitting here the whole stream. I'm at 17.1K. Okay, maybe he made that up. I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. I think he said 20K. So you're at 17.1. Ban him. Yeah. And he highlights the messages all the time. So he spends his. Yeah, I don't know. I got to come up with emotes and like cool things to do. I kind of want to just have like maybe some like video, like I just have like some funny video clips of all time that I like that are kind of memes, like my own personal memes. So I'm thinking like, hey, maybe I should just have that. And like you hit a certain amount, then you can play one of those little video memes, and then that's it. Andy James Adams, can you earn CP while stream is offline? Yeah, I wouldn't be the one to know. Retro knows. I don't know anything about Twitch. I'm awful. Retro MMO. Sub badge icon, emotes, channel point rewards. Yes, the sub badge icon. I'm pretty sure all my icons are just going to be bubbles. All my emotes, it's just going to be bubbles. It's going to be like green bubble, emote, Durana green bubble. That's one of the emotes. Durana Gatorade colored bubble. Durana blue bubble. It's just going to be circles, all the emotes. Yeah, I gotta do the homework and figure all that stuff out. I should watch like a nice like Twitch, how to do Twitch tutorial. Because like I followed a little bit of that. That's to kind of get some things going, but I now know the difference between subs and followers. How does the Twitch? Yeah, exactly. Do you stream Andy James Adams? Andy James Adams? Sorry, I got to use the full name every time. Not in a long time. Gotcha. Gotcha. Andy James Adams. I like that. I like that. The Andy James Adams. Andy James Adams. I like it. It's actually all one word. Oh, your full name is just one whole word. Is it? I mean, your first name's got to be Andrew, right? That's actually my middle name. No joke. Scout's honor. Pinky swear. Andrew James Adams. No way. Evan Andrew? It's like fate. Yep. Evan Andrew. Jared Andrew. Yep. Oh, just saying Jared Andrew. Like, I can hear my mom saying it. Jared Andrew. Pick up your tech decks because I stepped on one. Yeah, actually, I bought the new tech deck because I kind of got into a little skateboarding kick after the new Tony Hawk came out. So I'm a middle child, so my mom never said my name. Nice. Yeah, you got a free pass on like everything then. I just have a younger brother, so it was basically who's like 4 years younger. So basically I just got in trouble all the time and got in trouble for setting a bad example. Mom. So what I want... Hey, James Adams. All right, I'm going to go into lurk mode and eat some lunch. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I expect progress when I get back. Yes, there will be progress. 100% promised. You can give back your channel points if I don't hold up my promise. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Yeah, so the problem I'm dealing with right now is that I want there to be right now what we have is we've got a checkpoint system of just one bubble per checkpoint. So every time you pop a bubble, you go to a new checkpoint. So instead of our checkpoint interval could be 1 in this case, right? And then basically the checkpoint we're on is 1-to-1 with the bubble we're currently on, or the bubble that we'd currently popped last, right? So, but what I need to do then is like figure out some way to just show the bubbles ahead of time. Because it's really easy to just say, all right, well, you know what? You know, actually what this means is just getting rid of checkpoints altogether. And my whole reason for doing checkpoints in the first place was just to like add a little bit of extra challenge. Because like if you screw up, or let's go here. Here we're actually on the real Populus.gg live site. You can play the game right now, Populus.gg. It's live. You type the command, bang, game. Play Populus, the game that Jared is currently working on. I'm Jared, by the way. Jared Andrew. Play Populus, the game that Jared is currently working on. http://populus.gg. Whoa, Jared, I only go to sites that are HTTPS. What is the deal with that? I know. Sorry. I didn't do HTTPS yet, so we'll get there at some point. So when you go to Google Chrome, it says not secure, which is true. But if you trust me, you can just play. So what was I even going to show? I keep derailing myself here. And Andy James Adams just demands some progress when he gets back. So, okay, I let the 30 seconds go away. So, the problem is that, well, the checkpoint system is there just as like a punishment, right? So like I pop 2 bubbles, but if I mess up now, I have to go back and start over and pop those bubbles again. But I feel like maybe the checkpoint system's kind of dumb. Like maybe we don't need the checkpoint system. Like maybe it's just 1-to-1 all the time. So if you miss a bubble, like so if I mess up, instead of going back to this green, maybe I just go back to the bubble, or maybe nothing happens. Maybe you don't go back at all. If I mess up, it just is like a mistake. It just counts as a mistake. So I go here and like I overshoot blue a hair, I still just see blue, and then, you know, like nothing happens. Like if we do a single player right now on my development version, like that's the way it works right now. Obviously we only just see 1 bubble. But if we make it like slightly more interesting and show 2 bubbles on the client, which is what I did earlier, and it was a lot of fun actually. But it kind of nullifies the reason for having our navigation thing on the side. Okay, so we go config, we go 2, then we go nav meter 3. Okay, so on the client now, if I do play, we'll see 3 bubbles here, but we only have 2 on screen. And this doesn't even matter at this point, because as we go, we just can play like this and pop bubbles. Whoa. But here, if we mess up, or no, wait, if I mess up here, this one comes back. Okay, so it's already 1:16 p.m. Central Standard Time. Been going for 3 hours, 45 minutes. Whew. Okay. We have gotten some good stuff done, but I just feel a little bit like, I don't know what I should do next. Like if I should just abolish the checkpoint system altogether. Like I'd have to figure out a way to get rid of all the checkpoint system, but keep I don't know. Hang on, let me pull up Git here real quick. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Split. There we go. There we go. There we go. So I want to look at Git status real quick. Okay, what have I changed? There's a couple changes in here that shouldn't be in this branch, unfortunately. I should have committed them to the other branch, but it was kind of too late because I'm not good at actually updating my code and doing things like that. So we've got, okay, the stat screen, I'm pretty sure should stay. Oh, and the config. So we changed a couple things in config and stat screen. But that's kind of all right. Because I'm kind of thinking of just like full sending it, getting rid of the checkpoint system. Like just flat out erasing everything. Because actually that would really simplify things, honestly. Because there's like a whole bunch of malarkey on the client that's like look at this. If we go, not here. If we go down to our pop bubble thing, we've got this whole thing. If the player hit a checkpoint, on a new checkpoint, we calculate if we hit a new checkpoint. Then on new checkpoint, destruct previous bubbles from previous checkpoint. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, no. Then we just destruct the bubble you popped because there's no way to go back and bring a bubble back. This is a hard question because I feel like there's not going to be a way to have kind of the two systems coexisting. Like I'm on a new branch. I'm on a new branch of the code. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna rip. I think we're just gonna tear the Band-Aid off. We're just gonna rip the checkpoint system out altogether. And my fancy diagram that I've been using for actually months now. I think I probably created it back maybe in September at least. Will no longer apply. It's kind of sad. All right, we just got to tear the Band-Aid off. Okay. All right, so how do we go about doing that? Well, I guess on the client, what we do is we get rid of the checkpoint interval. Oh, this is going to be hard. Okay, we need a new variable. We need like a new variable. It's got to be like not checkpoint interval, but like bubble start count or something. And that could be 8. And there's 8 bubbles that start. And then there's like bubbles. There could be bubbles on screen or something like that. And there'd always be 4 bubbles on screen. So as soon as you pop a bubble, the new bubble appears. And there wouldn't be any more like up to 7 bubbles on screen. That wouldn't be a thing anymore. because we just have two simple variables, I think. Bubbles. Yeah, and we'd want to have like a buffer. Like, so we would have like bubbles. Like, let's extend this actually. So instead of this whole thing, we'd have like bubbles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oops, 10, 11, 12. I should have just copied and pasted. What am I, an idiot? Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. So now there's no checkpoints. So it's just going to be a matter of like bubble generate initial bubble count. We make that like 8. So then right off the bat, like on a practice mode, we generate 8 bubbles right up front. And then the same thing on the server. We have initial bubble count of 8. The server generates 8 bubbles right up front and then just ships. Oh, so actually, no, that would be through 7. Yeah, because we're starting at 0. So that'd be through 7. So that's our initial bubble count. And then we have like a bubbles on screen count or something. And that would equal 4. For example, it could be whatever we want. We could make it 3 if we wanted, and like these two numbers are kind of disconnected anyway. Like the initial bubble count really has nothing to do with the bubble on screen count. It would be a problem if you did more than 8. And I guess in fact you'd probably want this to be the on screen count to be no more than half of this number. So then what would then happen is every time you pop a bubble, so first you'd see the first 4, the game would generate 8. And this would apply to both a single player game, a client, and a pure single player game where everything's happening in the browser, and a pure server game where you're playing one-on-one competitive and there's bubbles for both players. So there would be, well, that sounds like I'm implying there's 2 different bubbles for different players, but there's not. It's the same bubbles for both players. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We generate those up front. Once you pop bubble 0, bubble 4 will appear. So very similar to the way this old style, the checkpoint system worked. But once you pop bubble 0, bubble 4 would appear. So it's like we will always have like a stride length of 4, because bubbles on screen count, there always has to be 4 bubbles on screen. That's the rule. So you first see bubble 0, 1, 2, 3 on screen. As soon as you pop bubble 0, bubble 4 will appear. Bubble 4 will already be on the client, will already be generated and on the client. So and in the same goes with the server. In a competitive mode, the server will send the first 8 bubbles to the client right away. So as soon as you pop bubble 0, the client can show bubble 4 immediately. Or as soon as the other player pops bubble 0, you can show bubble 4 immediately. And then, so there'll always be 4 bubbles on screen. So that you pop bubble 0, bubble 4 appears. And we can destruct bubble 0 immediately, because 0 is never going to come back. Unlike our checkpoint system, which made things way more complicated than they really needed to be. Now when we pop bubble 0, it's gone. The client can kill it. We don't care about it anymore. So then you'd see bubbles 1, 2, 3, 4. And then when you pop bubble 1, obviously, then you go to 2, 3, 4, 5. And then once you hit I would like to send I forget what's currently happening. but I would like it if we had um 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. When you pop, I forget how this works now. I feel like we generate the next checkpoint. When you pop bubble 3, what happens right now, I think, is with the checkpoint system. When you go 0, 1, 2, 3, as soon as you pop bubble 3, the server then generates the next checkpoint up ahead here, because these first two checkpoints get generated up front. And as soon as you pop bubble 3, as soon as you're going to a new checkpoint, you generate positions for the next checkpoint after that. So now we're going to checkpoint 1, and then checkpoint 2 gets generated. And I actually don't like that. I'd rather it be that maybe we generate like 3 checkpoints ahead initially. And then once you get to this one, then it generates this other one. So it like really ensures that there's always going to be a buffer, and it like no matter the latency, like unless you had some obvious terrible latency, but you'd get disconnected. I would think we'd want to have it, you know, if you had some ridiculous amount of high latency, that this buffer would not be enough. So that way there's always like you're always generating that checkpoint ahead of you. So you're like no way ever going to get that close to hitting that buffer. So we should have like, yeah, I kind of like the idea of we do more or less the same idea in terms of like the structure, but there's just no more checkpoint. It would be like as soon as you hit a 4th bubble, in that case it would be similar to the checkpoint, but there would be like no going back. So like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. I don't know if this is the thing we should do or not. Because if I rip out the checkpoint system, it's really gone. Maybe I can just comment everything out and like, no, we probably need to just tear the Band-Aid off, I think. All right. Well, I think we can dive right into it. So let's do it on the client first, because the client, we can at least test the client side stuff. Actually, I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick. Quick bathroom break. Don't go anywhere unless you want to. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. I know I grabbed a glass of water and some banana chips. Just the last of the banana chips. So I won't be crunching on them for like 40 minutes on stream. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I know the crunching's going to be loud. Bear with me. So, do we create these new variables right away? I think we do. What did I call them? Initial bubble count. Bubbles on screen count. Initial bubble count, what did we say? 8. Bubbles on screen count. And what do we do? What else relies on checkpoint interval? Oh, this dot bubble, the hue step. Yeah, so we can probably update that. This could be bubbles on screen count. Yeah, we could actually do. We could do checkpoint interval. We could do const. Bubbles on screen count. Bubbles on screen count equals 4. And then that. And then, wow, why did I do that? Bubbles on screen count equals that. And then this would be bubbles on screen count times 2 minus 1. No, this would just change to bubbles on screen count times some sort of multiplier, which maybe we could make this like 7.5 now. Now this will be really tight for, let's just see what happens. Ooh. Okay, I kind of like those colors a little bit. Wait, did that really work? Yeah, look at that. Huh. Okay. So we got really tight intervals now, or the color spacing is much bigger, not tighter. The opposite. Where's my sweatshirt? It's getting chilly down here now. All right, so I'm matching my tech deck today. Repping the Enjoy hoodie, and I got the Louis Barletta Enjoy tech deck. Panda. All right. This hoodie is seriously like, so I used to skateboard back in the day, so this hoodie's from probably when I skateboarded back in high school, like 10 years ago. It's like extremely stretched out. The sleeves are all ripped and whatever. Okay, so what if I make this like really tight, quick? Just to make sure I know what I'm doing. Yeah, okay. Right. That is doing what I thought it was. So we can make that 7.5. If we made this 1, then we would get like the same colors every 4 colors. Yeah. It's like the colors are basically the same. The hue is like the lightness, darkness is off a little bit, but it's basically just the same 4 colors. So this needs to be 0.75-ish, and that at least gives us some pretty nice, evenly spaced colors, I think, for the most part. Okay. So sorry, banana chips are super crunchy. So it's loud. Okay. All right, so this stuff's good for now. I don't think we need to deal with that too much. Okay, so right now we've got Marathon. Basically, this stuff just goes away. Our mistakes increment. Pending destruction goes away. Yeah, pending destruction, technically, we don't need that anymore. To do replaces with something selectively, to selectively stop listening to specific events. Is this required anymore with is this required anymore with 30-second with time-based gameplay? Because I think this was only a deal when I used to have the game be pop 100 bubbles. How fast can you pop 100 bubbles? Or whatever, or X bubbles. How fast can you pop X bubbles? But now it's how many bubbles can you pop in 30 seconds? Or how many bubbles can you pop in X time? So this pending destruction thing, I think, only applied for when this would be true when you pop the last bubble, basically. And that way it would make sure, it'd be a nice like little flag to make sure, like a state flag to say, okay, you can't like make any mistakes when we're in pending destruction state. So like you couldn't just pop the last bubble and then you win, and then you like click around or something and flag a bunch of more or trigger a bunch more mistakes. You couldn't that way it wouldn't do that. But now this pending destruction doesn't apply anymore because it's time based. The gameplay is time based. Now we still might need something like that, because if we have any sort of like thing where we don't immediately destroy the game object on the timer ending, like maybe we show a message or something but the screen is still up, we might need something like that then, like a little state thing or something. Or like I was saying in my old to-do, like check if I could just do something to remove the event listeners, because then we could just stop listening to these events. And that's why there's this if pending destruction check on top return. If we're pending in destruction, basically don't do anything with this event that fires. So on cursor drag stopped or cursor down, don't do anything if we're pending destruction. So basically I could like take this, I could do something to remove these events, the event listeners for these events, like after the game is over or whatever. And that would be the better thing. But I just did that pending destruction thing kind of as a quicker hack, which is why I had the to-do to say, do it this better. So anyway, I don't know if I'm making sense at all, anything I'm saying. So anyway, Okay. Got a couple more chips left. Banana chips. Are they actually called banana chips, or are they just dried bananas? Banana chips. Sweetened. These ones are sweetened banana chips. So they actually add sugar to them? Yeah, look at that. Who'd have thunk? Okay. Banana chips aside. Okay, so I kind of just have to go like one by one, and I think I'm just going to comment out the things that refer to the checkpoint interval and like figure out if there's something needs to be done. So the nice thing about this, the cursor drag stop deal, is that we don't really do anything other than increment our stats or our mistakes. And even then, I don't know if that really matters, because there's no like going back anymore to. There's no going back to do. To go back, reset the target bubble ID. That doesn't happen anymore now. And the nav meter doesn't need to go back. So actually, there's a bunch of code we could remove from the nav meter to deal with that, which is nice. So anyway, all of that, yes, this is good. So pop bubble, we need to change. All of this is good otherwise. All of this in here is good. There's just the pop bubble is going to have a bunch of stuff that we need to change. So we go to pop bubble, popped bubble ID. We pop that bubble. We initialize the next bubble, but this needs to now be like, I don't know why there's this check. I don't know why I had that. Maybe I can just comment all of this out, and then say init next bubble, and then we'll do, yeah, this dot bubbles. Now I need to look at this. Okay, so we did next in. We're always going to initialize the next bubble plus the bubble we just popped plus that bubbles on screen count. So if we pop bubble 0, then we initialize 0 plus 4. So 4. We pop bubble 1, 1 plus 4, 5. Yes. Okay, so we want to do this dot bubbles. Popped bubble ID, right? Yes, popped bubble ID plus config dot marathon dot bubbles on screen count. Yes. Oh, dot init. We need to call dot init because it's a bubble, and we need to call initialize on it. That's what we want. So now we're initializing that next bubble that's stride length over. And we might actually need to put this in a variable, maybe. Increment our target bubble ID. If the player hit a checkpoint, basically we don't care. Destruct bubbles in previous checkpoint, we don't care. All we need to do is destruct. Okay, so I do need to actually pay attention to this stuff. Yeah. Okay. So like this thing needs to I'm trying to think. We just need to destruct the last bubble is all we need to do. So this thing. Wow. I had such like a kind of cool system to handle all of this, and it's just going to be all going away. Actually, it was kind of annoying, but I stop bubbles. What? Why is pending destruction necessary on a bubble? I'm pretty sure all we need to do, this dot bubbles. In fact, we just do destruct the popped bubble. Like this can just be destruct the popped bubble. And all we literally need to do is this dot bubbles dot, whoops, this dot target bubble ID, because we catch it before we increment the target bubble ID to the next target bubble. So we need to actually, so it's not just as straightforward as destructing the bubble straight away. We do actually need to call this fade animation, and then we have a callback that fires at the end of the fade, at the end of the, once that fade animation goes, and then it will destruct the bubble itself. So we would do fade anim, this dot bubbles, or target bubble ID dot fade anim dot set on elapsed, and then, oh, you know what? I don't need to do that. I can just go to the bubble. We can go to the bubble. We can do fade anim. Where's the fade anim? On elapsed. Whoops, on elapsed. On elapsed, is that the name of the thing? I never remember if it's on elapsed or timer. On elapsed. Then ed, yes. On elapsed just equals this dot destruct. That's all we need to do. We do it here, then we don't even need. So when the fade animation completes, which will only complete when you pop the bubble, it'll destruct the bubble when that ends. So we don't even need to do anything in the marathon code here, the game code. If player hit a checkpoint, man, I spent like 2 weeks really dialing all this stuff in, and I'm kind of undoing it all in like one real simple thing. I thought the checkpoint idea was such a good thing, and now I'm undoing it all. That's game development, I guess. If the player hit a checkpoint, we don't care about any of this. Destruct bubbles in previous checkpoint, don't care about any of that, any of this. Here, if practice generate next checkpoint's bubbles, set new checkpoint ID. Okay, so we literally, this whole if statement, we don't care. We do not care at all. So all of this can go away. We do need to generate new bubbles. But I think all we are going to do is generate a new bubble. Where do I initialize the next bubble? Init the next, oh, this code is so simple now. It was so complicated before. Okay, we do the target bubble ID. Then we initialize, all right, how are we doing this again? So if you pop bubble, okay, if you pop bubble 0, then we're initializing bubble 4. And then maybe we should be generating bubble 8. Yeah, maybe. More bubbles. Okay, Andy is back. You can start coding again. Yep. I took a break. Banana chip break. Did you get some food, Andy James Adams? Something good, I hope. Sorry. Banana chips are loud and crunch on. Okay, so the cool thing is I'm getting rid of my whole checkpoint system right now. And it actually makes things so much simpler without the checkpoint stuff. You really do strictly eat crunchy snacks, don't you? Yeah, apples, pretzels, peanuts, banana chips right now. Put a foot-long wrapped piece. Oh, boy. There you go. Subway, I guess. Nice, nice. All right. I don't want to wipe that on my shirt. I phrase it that way to my wife. She just cringes. Nice. All right. So what I'm thinking now is we generate 8, we have this initial bubble count. So we generate 8 bubbles up front. Then bubbles on screen count is 4, so we initialize the first 4. Then as you pop 0, we initialize the bubble you just popped plus this, which is 4. So you pop 0, you initialize 4, you pop 1, you initialize 5. But then maybe at that same time, I guess, we should be initializing. If you pop 0, we initialize 4, but then we generate bubble 8. I'm not allowed to order pizza anymore either. Hand tossed sausage. Retro pizza. Nice. All right. So, Andy James Adams. So why remove the checkpoint system? Because, well, it's been kind of annoying me lately a little bit. even in single player. And 2, A and 2, that was point A. Point B is because I'm doing the one-on-one now where both players are trying to pop the same bubbles. And the point of having the checkpoint system would be like, if you made a mistake, you'd go back to a certain bubble. That was like the punishment. You have to go back to the beginning of the checkpoint. But now that both players are popping the same bubbles, it doesn't really make sense to have, because if another player makes a mistake, well, both players are always going to be trying to pop the same bubble simultaneously. But if one of them messes it up, then it doesn't punish both players, like it can't. So that's kind of why I'm getting rid of the checkpoint thing, because it really only applies to like each individual player. So makes sense to me. If you make a mistake, then you get set back in the race. Well, but right now and that's how it was working. You don't want to have mechanics that apply only to multiplayer. Well, so the thing is, like, I kind of didn't like the checkpoint system anyway, because it was kind of frustrating sometimes, and it was a little like, it felt a little random, because like sometimes if you made a mistake, sometimes you'd have to go back 3 bubbles. But like since the game, or sometimes you would be on the checkpoint. Yeah, I don't like the checkpoints. Exactly. It's kind of frustrating, and it like when this game, you're just playing this game so fast, you're not paying attention to what checkpoint you're on or whatever. I'd rather be set back a static 1 or 2 moves. Right. Exactly. So that's basically, yes. Basically right. And I did a whole bunch of work to do the checkpoint system a while back. Is that what you're going to do? Well, right now I'm not going to have any I'm not going to set you back at all, just because if both players are trying to pop the same bubbles, like they are like, pretend there's just one bubble and it's like whoever pops it first gets it, right? So now if one player makes a mistake, I can't really just punish that one player because both players see the same bubbles. What was the benefit of the checkpoints? To avoid reset? Isn't the reset the artificial barrier that makes checkpoints necessary? The checkpoints, well, okay, so I guess I thought it was a good idea at first to just like have kind of this like, if you screwed up, like you'd have to go back to the beginning of the checkpoint, to kind of like make it a little more like, oh, I got to make it to a checkpoint before I'm safe. But the game is so fast that you don't think about checkpoints at all. Like it's not like some game where you're like playing, it takes you like 5 minutes to get to a new checkpoint. And you can like see the checkpoint ahead, like I'm talking very like you're playing like some third-person adventure game and you're like, oh, I can see that save spot up ahead. I need to get to it and not die here. I need to get up to that, like, so I can be safe and whatever, save my progress. Like when you have a game like that where you can like see ahead, like, okay, I got to get to this point and then I'll be okay. And then I can like breathe easy. But this game's just so fast-paced, like that doesn't matter. Like you're not counting that like, oh, I made it to a checkpoint. Like you're just trying to pop bubbles as fast as you can. So like in my head at the time, the checkpoint thing sounded cool because it was like, oh, you can like make sure that you're almost to a checkpoint, and then you can like, but you never take a break in this game. You're just trying to pop as many bubbles as you can. So the checkpoint thing just adds confusion because you screw up, you might go back 1 bubble, you might go back 2 bubbles, and like the UI tells you how many bubbles you'll go back to, but you're not looking at that. Like you're playing fast, you're not trying to. So like the little bubbles up here are the ones that'll come back if you mess up. So with the checkpoint thing, like, so you can see the little green one up there above. So if I mess up, it comes back. And then now there's 2 that'll come back if I mess up. So if I pop this one instead, green and whatever came back. So, but it's just, you're not looking up here. You're not like paying attention. Like you're just trying to pop bubbles as fast as you can. Like it's just so much more. I already answered that question kind of, I think. But yeah, and I might go back, like Retro said, I might go back to like, it might go back to like some static thing. Like if you mess up, then you always have just a static, like one you go back to. That won't work for this multiplayer mode. But at least for going forward, I might just do a system like that rather than this checkpoint thing that like does a bunch of stuff to like make all of this work, which is just annoying. So like I literally just shrunk all this code down to like, okay, I'm gonna need like one more line. Like the commented stuff is all the checkpoint stuff. Oh, then there's this. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 lines now in this method that matter. All this other stuff was like logic regarding a checkpoint to like say, oh, well, go back and do this or destruct bubbles. Like I had to make sure that you go onto a new checkpoint and then you can destruct the old bubbles so that all those old bubbles aren't listening to the events and everything and clogging up the slowing the code down because there's, memory, whatever, like all those old bubbles I popped would be listening to events and everything, and that would be awful. So like I had all this stuff set up to say like, okay, when you go to a new checkpoint, then you go and you destruct all the old bubbles from the old checkpoint, blah, 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 blah. And now it's just like as soon as I pop a bubble and go on, like I'm never going back to that bubble again. And if I do add that, it won't actually be that big a deal. Like with what Retro MMO is saying is if we just do the static 1 or 2 bubbles to go back to, then that'll be fine. That won't be a big deal to go back. It's like all this extra logic of like trying to figure out, I have this check here to see if we're on a new checkpoint. Then if we're on a new checkpoint, destruct the bubbles in the previous checkpoint, and then blah, 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 blah. And then, if practice. Okay, so actually we do need a little more here. If practice generate. Okay, so I do need a little check like that. So we'll do that right here. If practice generate new checkpoints bubbles. So we'll have an if statement like that. And then first to create, we don't care about that. What I was looking at was we want to create I think we're going to create 8 bubbles up front. That's what the initial bubble count is. Bubble on screen count is 4, so the initial first 4 will be shown on screen. When you pop 0, 4 will appear on screen. So then you'd see 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I think we generate 8, bubble 8. But it's hidden. We generate bubble 8, but it's hidden, if that makes sense. So let's just try that for right now. Just the actually no, I don't even need to do that. We just do we do this. Let me just copy this line. Yeah, if we're in a practice, then I call this dot add bubble. And we just do, okay, this dot bubbles I. And then, or wait a minute. What is I supposed to be? Oh, okay. Okay, so I is actually just going to be the length of our bubbles array. Yeah. That's all I need to do. This dot bubbles dot length. Yes. Because we're just going to, yeah. So what that means is we've got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that get created up front when you start the game, but only 0, 1, 2, 3 show on screen. When you pop bubble 0, bubble 4 appears, and then bubble 8 will get generated. And then all I'm doing is taking the length of this array, and then that will be the ID of the bubble that needs to get generated, and then our length will then be 8. from that point on, and then 9, and then it just keeps incrementing up, basically. Just one bubble at a time, up the ladder. Okay, so then this is going to be this dot bubbles dot length I. This dot bubbles dot length minus 1. Yes, that's what that needs to be. That should be all there is. Want to become famous? Absolutely. There we go. Get that out of there. Oh, that was a mistake. Dang it. All right. Okay. This needs to change. Actually, this can just change to true. For right now, I'm just going to kind of hack it. Yeah, so then this is to step our nav meter forward. Okay. Yes. And then, yeah, yes, great. And this little true thing I can actually get rid of. Well, okay, actually it's not quite true yet. It's not quite true. Can you have a Boolean that means not quite true, but almost true? Okay, bubble replaces something select. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we don't do. Oh, check traversal. Key down. All right, I need to look at that's our destruct. We need to look at our create. So this is the thing, the first ID. Yeah, so this stuff needs to change here. Now, why is any of this important? Check for overlap against the entire previous checkpoint. Oh. That's right. Retro MMO cheered. Thanks. I must find food. Thank you for the stream in case you are done when I return. Thank you. Thank you, Evan Andrew. I appreciate it. I always do. Evan Andrew James Adams. Yeah. Evan Andrew James Adams. Evan Andy James Adams. Nice. All right, where does this get used? Okay, not in, only right there. So this first bubble ID of the current checkpoint, we don't care about that. So there's just this last bubble ID to check that's important. Which, oh yeah. So that's where we're checking for a collision with. So I think we can just get rid of, we can comment all of that out, but I need to do last bubble ID to check needs to be, yeah, so basically the bubble, I'm looking at the bubble generation algorithm here now. It's a static method on our bubble class. And, oh, yeah, and basically it needs to check, it's trying to generate a position, it's basically doing the logic to make sure bubbles don't generate and overlap with one another. So, you know, so that's what keeps like, that's what lets us, in this case here, have like 7 bubbles on screen that don't overlap with one another at all. And that's number 7 is that number kind of that we're trying to, that we calculate like here. But really all we need to do is last bubble ID to check. Okay, I need to like think about exactly what this means before I just, because now that's just like a static number because we're just going to have 4 bubbles on screen at once. Brother from another mother. Okay. Oh, okay. So I'm taking the length of that array minus a checkpoint interval plus 1. So that's, oh, the last bubble ID to check like back, or kind of like the first, that's like the first bubble ID to check, right? I is greater than, check if too close to other bubbles. Okay, and then there's a greater than or equal to 0 check for that. Check if too close to other bubbles. If I is greater than or equal to last bubble ID to check. So the last bubble ID to check would always just be this new ID minus, well, do I want to do, okay, so if you pop 0, then last bubble ID to check comes back negative, which is why there's this and. You know what? I should probably just like clamp this to 0 instead of doing, yeah, instead of doing that check every time. That's kind of stupid. Anyway, we could, I'll clamp that to 0, which will be better. So we do, so if we pop 0, the last bubble ID to check should just be 4 behind. Yeah. Well, so if we're on 4, 4 minus 4 is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and technically I don't think I want these two. Like these two cannot coexist on screen at the same time, 0 and 4. But as you pop 0, 4 will appear. And then 0 is gone forever. So then it's 1, 2, 3, 4 you see on screen. But I feel like I want to make sure that 4 and 0 don't intersect at all. Because if you like pop 0 and then 4 just happens to appear right over 0, that would just feel weird. So I don't want that. Plus that would give, you know, or wait a minute, no. That would feel weird. That would feel weird, but yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, so we'll do this bubble, we'll do the bubble ID minus 4, which is actually not 4. It's minus the variable, our config variable, which is bubbles on screen. Config.marathon.bubbles on screen count. And that will give us that extra, so that'll give us the ability to have technically 5 bubbles on screen. Okay, so... Oops. So bubble. So last bubble ID to check. Yeah, we'll do I guess we can comment all of this out, and then we'll do let last bubble ID to check equal ID minus config.marathon. VS Code, just show me the actual properties, please. Bubbles on screen count. And then I'll do a little if last bubble ID to check is less than, why didn't I do this before? Is less than 0, then just make it 0. Last bubble ID to check equals 0. Just do that. Okay. And then I can get rid of this dumb thing. Hopefully. Hopefully that doesn't break everything. Okay. And I think that's really all we need to do. And does this loop go back in time? Not back in time, but where's the actual collision? Oh, right here. And then minus equals 1. Check if too close to other bubbles, but going back. Yes. Okay. This is great. Yeah, because it's going back and checking against the existing bubbles. Last bubble to check collisions against. First bubble. Well, yeah, I'll say last bubble to check collisions against. Okay. Cool. So that simplifies like that kind of stuff down into just 2 lines. And not only that, but we did the 2 lines. It's technically 1 line, but we added this extra line because we should have added that before originally and cleaned up that little extra check in our loop. And now we're not doing an extra validation in that loop every time. Great. So now, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. While I is greater than or equal. Uh-oh. Okay, hang on. Maybe I have a mistake. Maybe I do have a problem here. Oh, no. Then the loop would stop. Because if our I is equal to 0, then we're done. We'd be done with the loop. Right? Now I'm paranoid. Yeah, because what I got rid of was... What I got rid of was that there was an and I is greater than or equal to 0, I think. I think I had that. So now the 0 is, this will be 0. This won't be negative. Basically, I didn't want this to go negative, so that's why I had that extra check. But now this won't be negative. If it's negative, then it gets set to 0 up here. If last bubble ID to check is less than 0, just set it to 0. Okay, that should be fine. That should be fine. Until everything doesn't work, then it's fine. All right, nothing else needs to be done in here. And then in this create method, this just gets the data from the server, which is awesome. Okay. What's next? Oh, the actual setting up. The actual marathon.create needs to be set up here. Oh, is that where I am here now? Create, okay. I shouldn't be commenting these out. I should be deleting these. Zero to hero dev. What's going on, zero to hero? Being the middle one is the best and worst simultaneously. Are you talking about Andy James' comment? Zero to hero? Oh yeah, gotcha. I was the older brother, so I always had to set an example, be a big boy, yada yada. Gotcha. That's the same with me. Yep, I have one younger brother. My mom always yelling at me, Jared, you got to be a better example. Man, I never caught a break. I'm number 2 of 3. Yeah, right in that meaty middle there. Going well. Hi from the Bay Area. The Bay Area. Ah, yep. I jumped amid the discussion. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, I thought. Yeah, because you said the middle, but I think we were talking about the middle siblings a while back, so I was like, oh, yes, I had to remember. Yeah, 0 to Hero. I've watched a bit of your streams. It's been a while since I've tuned in. I don't think I've seen you online lately. Honestly, I'm not on Twitch that often either. And the younger one is generally the menace. So it's not you being an example, it's him not wanting to follow the path. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yeah, and then when the youngest one does something, the older one, it's like the older one's like anywhere near them. It's like, or not near them. The parents are like, oh, what have you been teaching your younger sibling? What awful things have you been telling your younger sibling to do? Yeah, 0 to Hero. How's your stuff going? Because I know you've been doing kind of like a lot of like training materials for developers, right? Kind of like a course or something like that, if I recall correctly, or like a lot of. And this is a while ago. I was saying it was a while ago when I tuned into your streams last. I don't think I've seen you online in a while. Okay, so we've got our create method here on the marathon. This is our game object. So they're actually setting up the game. So I just commented out this line. Bubble count equals. So the bubble count should actually not, this variable is going to go away. Checkpoint interval is going to go away. So init bubbles within the first checkpoint. Okay, so this needs to be, actually, why do we have a bubble count variable? Okay. Actually, that's fine. Aaron Akel is now following. Aaron. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Zero to Hero. Yeah, I did one this Sunday. I typically do Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, sometimes in between. Next one is Tuesday, 6 p.m. Pacific. Yeah, I do 0 to Hero.dev is the course. Nice. Yeah, but yeah, it has been a while. I was busy the last few weeks. Not had much time to Twitch stalk. Yeah, for sure. I got you. Definitely. Yeah, I don't Twitch stalk enough. 0 to Hero.dev is the course. Nice. Yeah, and I think I saw that you work for like Cisco or something. Is that right? That's pretty cool. That is cool. Okay, so yeah, this config checkpoint interval times 2, that's going away. right? We replace that now with our, what is that called? Initial bubble count. So we can do, we don't even need to create a bubble count variable anymore. Am I right? Bubble count, bubble count. I better do a Control F. Bubble, whoa, bubble count. 2 of 5, what? Okay, the other ones must be up. Nope. Man. All right, we're gonna need to do a find replace then, I guess, aren't we? Oh, no. This is different. This is for the navigation meter. That's different. Okay. So these are the only 2 spots where we have this variable, so we can actually get rid of this variable altogether. And then this loop is just gonna be while I is less than config.marathon dot bubble, initial bubble count. That's what it's called. Initial bubble count. We're gonna generate 8 bubbles initially, right off the bat. We're only gonna show 4, but we're gonna create 8. And then init the bubbles within the first checkpoint. So init the first on-screen bubbles, init the bubbles, the first on, I don't know, init the first on-screen bubbles, I guess we'll say, because we're not doing checkpoints anymore. Those are gone. Config.marathon dot initial bubbles on-screen count. That's what we got. Bubbles on-screen count. Brilliant. Bubbles I dot init. Okay. Hopefully that's all we needed. But I bet you not. I bet you we've got some other checkpoint interval references in here. Checkpoint. Okay. Yes, we do. Where are we now? We are down in, okay, create, then we go all the way down. This is this one beastly method that I'm dealing with right now that kind of sets up the whole game when you first start. All the graphical elements and everything, so it's just kind of there's a lot of stuff, but it's a pretty relatively straightforward, just point A to point B kind of method. Just generates a bunch of stuff. Popped bubbles per checkpoint. Equal, what? This is stupid. Equals config dot, like why? This is a constant number, and I'm setting a variable to that number. And I'm making this a constant, so that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so this is going to be annoying. Actually, okay, so let's... Okay. Okay, there's not a lot of places left for this, which is good, but generate first 2 checkpoints of bubbles. This comment needs to change. It needs to be generate first bubble, generate initial bubbles. We'll just say that. Generate initial bubbles. And then we're doing initial bubble count. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, correct. Cisco. It has its ups and downs. Sometimes it can get slow because of being in a big company, but it has its advantages too. Like you can expense off 3,000 training to your manager. Nice, nice. That's pretty cool though. Pretty cool. And you said you're in the Bay Area, so I guess that you're talking like San Francisco? Is that what you mean by Bay Area? Cisco, probably in that? San Francisco? Is that where Cisco gets its name from? I don't know. That could be. I just put 2 and 2 together there. Have I? Okay, let's... Okay. So, how... All right, thankfully we don't use the word checkpoint too many places here. So now this We don't even need. Why would I have this? This is so stupid. Let I equal. Oh, and this is going to go away too. All right, I got to try to calculate popped bubble props. Okay, the popped ones. Okay, so this might change. I'm trying to be good. Mountain View, offices in San Jose, but correct, Cisco gets the name from San Francisco Bridge, Golden Gate. Wow. Nice. All right, this is the first part that's like slightly tricky just because I know I'm going to want to change. I'm trying to predict the future right now. Because like Retro MMO was saying before, like it'd be cool if maybe you could go back to like a certain amount, like a static amount, rather than like the whole checkpoint thing like we've been doing. We're getting rid of that. And if you make a mistake like in a practice, if you only went back like a certain number. But the thing is, I think so. All right, so this is such an awful like loop. I don't like this. It's just weird and annoying. Negative loops always are weird to look at. I is great. I equals pop bubbles per checkpoint -1, so that's 3. So while I is greater than or equal to 0, where it starts at 3, 3 minus 1, so 3, 2, 1, and 0 inclusive. So we're going 3, 2, 1. Oh, that's right, because we do these like weird position things with this. That's why there's that. How do I want to handle this? Okay, I guess we're just going to hack it and put a to-do in there for this. So if I make this 1, checkpoint interval of 1, 1 minus 1 equals 0. So the loop will run once. I'll hack it. We're going to do that. That's dumb. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, that's really dumb. Where do I use I? I don't even use I at all in this. So not even that. We're not even going to have the loop. I just need to put a to-do to say, let's, this will need to be run more. Run this. Okay, this needs to be a to-do. Run this. Or if bubbles can come back, if popped bubbles can come back, this needs, these 3 lines need to be run. This, I'm going to say this, these 3 lines need to be run for each bubble that can come back. All right, that's an awful to do, but that's okay. That's all right for now. So we can get rid of this. But I'll remember what this is. Okay, so this, I can just leave these. I don't really care. Prog X, prog box Y, nav bubble props. Okay, that is, this can just get replaced with our new marathon dot bubble initial, no, bubbles on screen count, yes. Checkpoint. I guess I'll replace that in this comment too. Okay. Okay. That should be that. 0 to hero. Actually, I'm like walking distance to Google. Makes it so tempting to try out an interview with them, but the interview prep is brutal, and I'm happy with where I'm at. It's not worth the hassle. I got you. I got you. That's pretty cool, though. I've never been to that area. I've only been to California once, and I was in Los Angeles. Okay. Okay. All right. So oof, yeah, all of this stuff is such a crazy mess. Okay. I think that's all we need for the setup then. I'm just trying to think of what else we need. Actually, let's do a full-blown search on this. Andy James Adams, been to San Fran like 5 times. LA hundreds of times, but never San Jose. Whew. Hundreds of times, wow. If you're not from. That's a lot of times to be anywhere. I mean, I guess unless that means you're like you're driving distance from LA or something. I used to live in Southern California. Yeah. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that's sort of. I was gonna say that. That would have to be the way it is. All right. Okay, so we're just going to do a search on the word checkpoint now. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's all the commented out stuff. All right, I'm just going to destroy. I'm going to get rid of all of this. Yeah, look at all these. Okay. We're going to get rid of all of it. All right, that should have gotten rid of a bunch of those. Where are we referencing? Okay, I'm just gonna get rid of all these like references to checkpoint. This cur checkpoint ID, we can get rid of that. Finally, this cur checkpoint ID. We're just killing it. We're ripping off this incredibly massive Band-Aid that really hurts, but it kind of feels good at the same time. Okay, yeah, this can just go. I'll keep this around just in case. Okay, there we go. Wrong key. Config, we'll get to that. Nav meter. Ooh, there's a bunch of stuff in there. Oh, I forgot. Man. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, that's rough. I forgot about. I have nav meter. I have a bunch of duplicate code right now for this for the nav meter, which is this thing. This thing here. That's the nav meter. And it's unfortunately a pain to get all that set up because there's a bunch of stuff that happens when you do things. So, whoops. The setup code for that I have in 2 places, unfortunately. So I need to go in and change that. So that's in navmeter.js. Let's go there. Oh boy. Okay, so we've got some stuff to do there. That should be easy. Nav bubble props offset. Okay, so the create method here, this is the thing that needs to get. Okay, this can go away. This can go away. This can go away. This can get replaced with our... What? Hit Shift Tab. There we go. Okay, I guess I didn't. To do. This needs to be replaced with that same long to do thing that I have. I'm just going to put that same exact thing. Duplicate, whatever. Okay, so that is all good. Okay, so it's just these. I think that's all I needed for that. There's the spots up here now, which if bubble isn't initialized and isn't a pop bubble. Okay, this needs to be nav bubble props offset config.marathon dot. What am I supposed to do for this? Okay, got a little bit of an annoying thing here. Okay. Technically, the nav bubble props offset should just be 1. In this case, -1. Andy James Adams, so what's the issue? Well, I'm just going in and removing the checkpoint stuff, and the problem is, like, so my navigation meter, well, it might not actually be as big of a deal, but I'm just, like, trying to figure out the kind of the consequences of this. So this... Whatever the checkpoint interval is, that's how many little tiny bubbles get shown up here, if that makes sense. So the checkpoint interval is a variable that's going away now. And that way, when I pop this last bubble, you'll see these 3 go up to like 4 and then slide off. So that's what it's figuring out that that's the, that's the position. So it had 4 there and then they swiped off. So that's basically, that 4 is coming from, there's 4 of those because there's a checkpoint interval of 4. But now that I'm kind of getting rid of the checkpoint system, there needs to be like a spot for 1 of those bubbles. Like well, now it won't even work. Like if I... Now it won't even work if I go to my client, it's going to be all bricked right now, I think. Because I kind of want to make this nav bubble props offset. So that's like the number of how many. Why update size and pose? Where do you set it to 4 bubbles? Well, okay, so it's kind of, I have a config file here, and that's where I have my checkpoint interval. And typically it's 4. Right now it's 1 because I had been doing testing or whatever with 1, but typically it had been 4. And like the live thing, the live site right now is using the 4, right? So what that 4 means is that's why there's 4 bubbles on screen, 4 bubbles per checkpoint, right? So now I'm on a new checkpoint. Bunch of stuff kind of works as that number 4 being the backbone. And it's not actually, I could make it 5. Like all I have to do is just change the checkpoint interval to 5 or something, and then it would be 5 now, and everything would work with 5, which is nice. But there's just a little bit, well, because there's a couple things that are kind of changing. Because now there's no checkpoints technically, but I might get to a point where I kind of have like, not really a checkpoint, but I might want it to like roll back if you make a mistake, like roll back like a bubble or something. Or is that set as the nav offset? Could you create a new var for bubble display quantity? Yes, that's already what I have actually. Bubbles on screen count. So I just created that. That's the new thing. Bubbles on screen count is now the new number 4. So once I really rip all the references out to checkpoint interval, this can go away. So then it's just bubbles on screen count, and then there's also another new one that's initial bubbles count. So that I'm kind of replacing checkpoint interval with these 2 new initial bubbles count and bubbles on screen count. The initial bubbles count is how many bubbles, well, yeah, that really doesn't, the bubbles on screen is now like this hard limit of how many bubbles will actually ever be shown on screen at all. Okay, so it's just tedious cleanup. Yeah, exactly. What's breaking? I actually haven't tried it yet. So nothing's breaking. I mean, I'm just kind of going through and making sure I'm changing all the things that refer to this checkpoint interval and kind of just removing those references and making sure, using that as like my frame of reference to kind of get rid of the checkpoint interval. But in the case of this nav meter, which is just the code for the sidebar thing, this thing, I've got, yeah. So I'm doing props offset. I guess this could just be -1. I think. Yes. I can make this -1. To do this needs to be updated if more bubbles can come back. Okay, and then this, I'm just negating that back because this is -1. And I'm just negating this back. So this would then become 1, negative offset. So I can leave that, I think, because this nav bubbles props offset might change to something else. Or wait a minute, actually the nav bubble props offset actually does change. Yes, it does. Okay. Yes. Okay, I hope hope I'm doing the right thing here. Animate each bubble out. All right, this is going to be kind of... Is there any other references to checkpoint in nav meter? Popped bubble from past checkpoint. Where is that? Where is that? If bubble isn't initialized and isn't a popped bubble from the past checkpoint. Wow. If bubble is not initialized and bubble ID is greater than ID. If bubbles should be destructed either because a new checkpoint or player popped the last bubble. Okay. Animate each bubble out. What is BID here? Const. Loop for each nav bubble prop. This, okay. So that's for each prop, and we're looking at each bubble there. Nav bubble props offset plus J is this bubble ID. So that nav bubble that we're looking at, this nav's bubble. Okay. So that's the current navigation bubble that we're looking at. If the bubble isn't initialized, it isn't a popped bubble from past checkpoint, from a past checkpoint. Okay, that's probably fine to leave that. If bubbles should be destructed, either because a new checkpoint or player popped the last bubble. Well, basically now, this bubbles need to get destructed every time. Wait, how bubbles need destruct? Where does that come from? Set target bubble ID. Okay. Man. All right. And bubble ID is greater than ID. What is ID? Set target bubble ID. Oh, we're passing true in every time now, right? And there's a callback I can pass in. Okay. Do I do that callback anymore? I think I actually got rid of that. Okay, bubbles need destruct. I believe I'm doing this every time now. Yeah, bubbles need to be destructed every time. But it should just be one. I'm just going to get rid of this text because we don't really need that. If bubbles should be destructed. Okay, so animate each bubble out. Bubble that move in and that sit on the left. Animate each bubble out. Console.id, bubble ID, manage bubble ID, mod. Alright, so last ID equals bubble ID, which is what? Okay, so that is that current nav bubble. Bubble ID minus bubble ID. What is prev bubble ID? ID minus 1 minus bubble ID. Oh, okay. I guess I could maybe just change this to last ID equals prev bubble ID right now. Last ID will need to be set to something older. I think this callback thing can be removed too. Right? Yes, because that callback was just to end the match or whatever. To do last ID will need to be set okay. When current pop finishes. Its animation to do last ID will need to be set. Yeah, I don't need to put a to do here. I'll know what I need to do to go back. If we have a callback, then we destruct, or then we call that callback, but that doesn't. Why does is that? Keep track of its own target bubble ID. Oh. Yeah, it does need that. Okay. That's right. All right. So maybe that's good. What else do we have? Calling a popped bubble from a past checkpoint. It isn't a previous popped. It isn't a previous popped bubble. I guess I'll just say previous popped bubble. All right. Oh, the tutorial. The tutorial's doing some stuff. Bubble on the server. All the other stuff's on the server right now, which is fine. Yes, all the other stuff's on the server. Just the tutorial and then our config file left on the client. That is good. And let me update the tutorial. Actually, no. Let's try the client. Let's see what happens. Probably nothing good. Probably nothing good. All right, moment of truth. Play. Yep, everything's broken. Cannot read property Y of undefined marathon JS 257. Well, we generated 4 bubbles, but we're missing one here. Actually, this could go back. I believe we changed bubble count to 2 in the nav meter, but we can change that back to 3 now. What? All right, why did that work? Wow. Uh-oh. Oh, no. That's terrible. Okay, we got a really big problem. Okay, so something is... Okay. Why is this down there? Oh, now it's fine. All right, so this must be using some position. Okay, so that would be in the marathon, Prague. Oh, okay. Ah, man. All right. I might have to hack this here. This bubbles on screen count, nav bubble props technically needs to be... This technically should be 1. And 1. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, why did that come back? Why did that come back? That bubble really came back. All right, I need to take a quick bathroom break. I'm going to refresh my water as well. And we'll be right back, but don't go anywhere unless you really want to. All right, we are back. Okay, so oh yes. Okay, so I fixed this nav bubble props thing for now. To do these ones will need to be replaced with something with whatever the number of pop nav bubbles is. It's good enough. Okay, because right now everything is good, except we've got an issue where bubbles are coming back. It's like if I just play without making any mistakes, everything is great. But if we make a mistake, no. Okay. Come on. Oh, okay. Yeah, so now we got something stuck. That's the problem. Okay, so a bubble came back. Now it came back because if I mess up here, it's fine. But if I do, okay, so let's do it again. If I do this, but then I click again. What? Come on, how was I bringing them back? Oh, there we go. Okay, hang on. Let's try if I do this. Oh. That's got to be it. Okay, so if I make a mistake before that bubble has finished going away, then it's stuck forever. For all in eternity. For all eternity. See, now this one's just stuck, never going away. It's got an overlap there, which is... We don't actually have a collision overlap. That algorithm is rock solid for checking those collisions. So we're good about that. But this one's just stuck here forever because it came back. Oh, there's one underneath it right there. See that? So there's an issue. That's what that pending destruction thing is for. And I deleted all the code now. So now I don't know what to... Okay, so the bubble has a pending destruction property. And I believe, yes, pending destruction. Ghost bubbles, cool. Yes. Well, yeah, so what's happening is I think if I pop the bubble before its fade out animation completes, that's the problem. Or if I pop the bubble and make a mistake quickly, briefly, before the pop fade out goes away, then then the visual part comes back. But now like the game state is like moved on and now I'm supposed to pop this bubble. So now the orange one, yeah, now we've got a little collision there already. Because it's as if the orange one doesn't exist anymore. But the rest of the game is going on and not caring about the orange one being there. But the orange one itself is still stuck there drawing on screen. So that is the problem. And basically, okay, so let me check. Check traversal. Yes. Okay, so here's the thing. This, if pending destruction on the bubble is true, which is what should get set to true if it goes into that fade animation, because basically it's like saying, start fading and don't care about any of the game events anymore. Like, just let your animation complete and then you're done. But whatever I'm doing, I'm not setting the pending destruction to true. So that's actually should just be one line to fix that. Now that I've realized that's the problem. Okay, so in Marathon, where we have pop bubble, wherever we're doing init next bubble. Oh, we're calling bubble.pop. Oh man, how are we doing this before? Oh, okay, hang on. If, okay, so that's why, okay. There was this whole if statement for if we went to a new checkpoint, and that's why the bubble pop thing, that's where that was getting handled. We deleted all that, which is fine because we don't need it anymore. But now, when we call the bubbles pop method, the bubble itself is going to need to set pending destruction to true. So in our pop method here, we're just going to have to do pending destruction equals true. And then I'm going to make a little reminder to do this can't be set to true if it can come back. Yeah, whatever. That I'll leave that for now. Okay, so now I can make all the mistakes I want and nothing. Like now we should just always only have 4 bubbles on screen no matter what. That's nice. I messed up, but I didn't go. Okay. All right, that's feeling good, I think. So I think this is good enough for now to leave. And then, like, we might do something. I don't know. I kind of want to leave it a little flexible in case we do come up with something better. But now I basically need to do the same thing just on the server. So client should be good. Server needs to kind of do the same thing as far as getting rid of checkpoints. But that should be pretty simple. There won't be nearly as many places to worry about that on the server. Oh, so let's get rid of checkpoint interval on the client now. Or on the in our config now. So checkpoint interval. Oh, checkpoint interval equals 1. We get rid of that. We get rid of this. We get rid of checkpoint indicator scale. What is that? We got hue step. Oh, okay. We can get rid of this. Yeah. Get rid of that. Checkpoint indicator scale 1.3. What is that? Nav meter checkpoint indicator scale. We're not using that anymore now. Are we? Checkpoint indicator scale. Yeah, look at that. Get rid of that thing altogether. 1.3. Checkpoint indicator scale. Oh, that was old. That was old. Man, how am I going to... I need to like go back and clean up some old stuff. Wow. All right, so then the tutorial, there's also nav meter something in the tutorial. This also needs... These two also need to just get set to 1 for right now. Wasn't that in here that I did that? Just before? Yeah. So it needs to be this. The 1. Okay, that is tutorial line. Doesn't tell us because VS Code doesn't want to be helpful. Okay, that is in the tutorial file. Okay. Step 2, arrow text pose. Yes, that is just going to be 1. And then where is our other checkpoint interval? Step 2 arrow tag. Okay, that's just the update function. That's right. So this is literally the same. To do this nav bubble props 1. Oops, nav bubble props 1 needs to be updated if more bubbles can come back. To do nav bubble props 1 needs to be updated if more bubbles can come back. Okay. All right, let me make sure the tutorial still works then. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by pressing the spacebar or clicking. Pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. Keep popping. Uh-oh. Cannot read property destructive null. Okay, application, JS. 72. Something broke. 72. This dot countdown timer dot destruct. Does the countdown timer destruct itself now or what? Oh, it never got set up. All right, something weird happened there though. I need a little piece of paper. Oh, we went back to the main menu there, which is not correct. All right, I'm gonna make a little reminder. Tutorial nav bubbles. I think what this error is here is I refactored some stuff. And now some stuff with the way the menu's set up and everything, and I might not have updated the tutorial to match, so that's probably what that is. So I'm making a note to check that later. I don't want to spend any time on it right now, but we will get to that at some point later. Okay, so yeah, the whole nav meter thing's gonna need to be kind of tightened up a little bit, I think. Okay, so well, for now, this is all working great. I mean, and I mean, the little bubble sliding up doesn't really matter anymore, but I am going to keep that just in case we have something come back, something in the future with that. I'm all right, excuse me. Actually, I'm going to go refill. I made another little pot of coffee here. Just decaf this time. So I'm going to go grab a mug of that real quick. But I'm not even going to show my be right back message because this will be fast. Okay. So I think we're ready to just change this on the server. Oh, well, so first let's bask in the glory of what we have accomplished now, which is we've gone the checkpoints are gone now as far as the client's concerned. But we've got 4 bubbles. So just like the live site right now, so if you go to populus.gg right now, which still has the old checkpoint system, but basically you can kind of go back and you can have up to 7 bubbles on screen because of the checkpoint. So if you don't pop 4 bubbles, then you don't go to a new checkpoint, yada, yada, bubbles come back. But now you're never going to have a case like this where 7 bubbles can be on screen. Only 4 bubbles will ever be on screen right now. I might change some of how that works, but right now on my development build right here, only 4 bubbles will ever be on screen. So if I mess up, nothing changes. I'm always trying to go for that bubble. So if I'm trying to hit pop blue and I miss blue, no worries. I just recorrect right there. So there'll never be more than 4 bubbles on screen, assuming I still didn't make any mistakes. But yeah, it's just nothing's going to come back. If I make mistakes, we're not going back to a previous checkpoint at all. So, man, those are small. Whoops. Which is nice. This is nice. And this is what we need right now to test out our new competitive mode where we're popping bubbles. But the nav meter and everything's working fine. Not quite exactly the way we want it, I think, but it's good enough for now. So we need to clean this up on the server. So I'm going to shrink the client code. I usually keep my server code on the left and my client code on the right. That's how I've been doing it as of late. Just to make it clear for myself. Because a lot of the code they have the same file names. So it's like, I don't want to be kind of trying to figure out, wait, what am I in right now? Okay, so, oh man, almost spilled this. All right, so let's look at, well, first, now if I'm searching for the word checkpoint, it only shows up in files that are on the server. So server, 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 and server, which is great. So the first thing I'm going to kill, because it's really easy, is this player match state thing. The current checkpoint ID. We don't need that anymore. I'm going to keep this around in case this... yeah, I don't know. Maybe this whole file can probably get whacked. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to keep this around for right now. Okay, so bubble. Let's look at match first. Actually, this actually before any of that, I need to go to my config file and match up more or less what I'm already doing on the client. And I started working on a little process to make my configuration. I was going to have this cool system where like my config, because right now I have just this to like store all of my magic numbers basically that I call config, which could be anything. It's like the number of seconds. It's the 30-second number. That's where the number 30 seconds is stored. It's like where the timer, you know, like the countdown timers are stored, like the color, bubble color things, like just all that is saved in this file. There's a lot more that should be saved in this file. But basically, I have one for the server and the client. But a bunch of the things, basically everything on the server, the client has too. So I want to like have a little, I want to have all this stored in like one file and then have like a little script that'll like actually generate the individual files for each. And like I could have like a whole little thing for like like a little client only thing where then only properties will go through and get generated on like just for the file that goes to the client. So like basically I could just store all the config in like one file and only tweak that, but then there'd be the little script that would run when that file changes and then split the two files out for the actual browser will use and that node will actually, the node app itself will actually use. That'd be cool. So I kind of got something like that started already, just a little test version of it. Not in this repo, not in the game code here, but I was kind of messing around with just a little basic thing like that. And I kind of got it working. It's kind of cool. I just need to make some better things because it kind of took me down a little rabbit trail I really didn't want to go down, because I'm basically doing like a bunch of like string manipulation to like write the properties and all this stuff and whatever. The one thing that is really nice about it though, that this system, doing that system this far, is like any calculation things, those like, so this whole calculation deal will run, it'll be stored like this in my master config file. But then when I compile them out to the client and the server individual files, then this calculation will run when it's at that compilation time and then be just a single number that gets saved there. Because none of these config numbers should change over time. If it's something that changes over time, it doesn't belong in here. So, I mean, they can change over time. Like I could have the server change it to something else, but if it's something that should change over time, like for example, bubble radius units, that's a number that has a minimum and a maximum. So like the bubble radius size is somewhere between and including 100 and 200 units. So that's what you do if you need something like that, right? I'm just declaring a range, that sort of thing. But anyway. But yeah, that's kind of nice, because then like I could have this kind of like this huge step property is like this big calculation of 360 divided by the checkpoint interval times 2 minus 1 times 0.9. And instead of this being in both files and running every time, technically, I mean running once, which isn't a big deal, but it's nice to kind of just have that come out to a specific number. So, but anyway, we'll probably do something like that on the stream. I was thinking of maybe doing that on this stream today, but I thought it'd be better to actually work on something more productive. So for now, I have to suffer the consequences and just like copy paste some code over from one file to another. All right, so bubble, I'm going to copy over that. We created this new little thing. Where is that? Bubble, oh, right here. So now it's a little simpler, actually. Andy James Adams seems good. On bubbles. Oh, yeah, this is crashing. Because again, I kind of have something set up like that for the server itself, which is it has a little file system watcher that watches any code changes, actually like in the whole folder, which is not really good. Basically, anytime a file changes, then the server code restarts. The server app, the Node.js app restarts. So I kind of am already doing something like that with this, but I want to have like a specific watcher set up for like my master configuration file. Then if something in that master configuration file changes, then it'll generate 2 new little files for the client and the server with all that, whatever. But again, not really worrying about that right now. Just my hopes and dreams for the future. That's all. Nothing less. Nothing more. Nothing less. That doesn't make sense. I don't know what I'm saying. All right, so bubble on screen count. Yes, so I basically want to copy this over. We're going to do bubble on screen count. I got rid of checkpoint interval, finally. Wow, from the client at least, we really got rid of that. Hard. Checkpoint interval, we're getting rid of that. Wait. Marathon match. Okay, time length. Initial bubble count. We need time length. Initial bubble count is going to equal 8. Yeah. Wait a minute. Why is this? Oh, it's needed for that down there. Okay. That's why. Bubbles on screen count. There we go. Seems awfully complex for bubbles. I know. This game's for like kindergartners. You know? What do I got going on here? I got some fluff. Some major fluff. So, okay, I think we're good as far as the config goes. Yeah, so let's go to the match now and look at that. This .cur checkpoint ID, that's gone. We just don't need that anymore. Here we're generating those first 4 bubbles that we can see, so that would be the bubbles.onScreen, bubbles on screen count. There we go. Config.match.bubbles on screen count. That is simple. That's just setting up, not initializing, because this is the server. Just setting those first 4 bubbles to be in play. So when the mouse movements start going up to the server is going to be checking those against the in play ones. So that just makes sure that the server is kind of looking at those 4 bubbles. Those first 4 bubbles. Anyway. Okay, so that was one of the things. Bubble ID of the current checkpoint. Okay, we can get rid of this. Where is that? Guess I can go right to that point. Bubble ID of current checkpoint. Okay, so that's for the create. Oh, this is bubble. No, I want match. I'm looking at match right now. Okay, set next bubble to in play. Okay, this is just plus the on. This is again plus bubbles on screen. Yes, because that's making that another. We're skipping ahead to. So we first show 0, 1, 2, 3 on screen. Then when you pop 0, then we need to just add bubbles on screen count to 0 to get the next bubble we need, which is 4. 4 plus 0 is 4, I think. Or so I'm told. Okay, so then we got if new checkpoint. So this, probably all this stuff's going to go away. Yeah, this, okay, so. Yeah. So we're just going to generate the next bubble. That's all we need to do. Just push the new bubble and then push the states. Ooh. That. Wait a minute. New player bubble state? Uh-oh. That's not good. Okay. Okay, that was yeah. This player dot match state dot what did we do? Player match state. Bubble states traversed false. That's all we need. Okay. All right, so that was a bug from before. Technically, it would be fine, but we just need to do that instead. Kind of annoying, but whatever. All right, so basically these three lines just need to get yeah, okay. So we're always going to be generating a new bubble when something's popped. Oops. And then, but it's going to be I. Okay, so it's not I. It's always going to be target bubble. Ooh. Wait, what? How do I do it on the client? Because maybe we should just do... No? I guess we do this dot target bubble ID. This dot target bubble ID. Bubbles. Guess that's good. Okay. This should all be good. Player popped bubble. Bubble generating. Yeah, I got these logs that we don't really need. And then, okay, so then for I to blah, 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 we push bubbles.push. Oh, yes. All right, I guess we'll just do this same thing. So basically this, and then here, but then it's going to be a little different. We're why? Okay. No. Fat fingering everything. Send opponent target. Yeah, this can kind of go away. Right? Yeah. Yeah, this can really go away. We don't need that. All right, so we don't need to loop here. We're just going to be pushing bubbles. This dot target bubble ID. Whoops. Technically, we don't even... Well, we're just going to do this. We're just going to do this. Actually, we're not even going to do that. We're going to do this, and then bubbles equals this. And then, bang, we got rid of everything. Right? Is that good? That's probably not good. Okay. Ooh, yeah, that's not good. Okay, we need to do const, caps lock. Const bubbles equals, and then we're going to do this array. And then we're going to do that, like that, just like that. There, this gone. Then this. Okay. Great. All right, so some of this stuff is going to need to be cleaned up, but for the most part, I think this is the way we want it. Okay, so I can get rid of all this now. Send opponent target. Yeah, that's going to be gone. I don't need to keep... Well, let's just keep that there. I'll get rid of all this. Keep this there as a reminder, because we might end up going back to needing this thing, this send opponent target bubble ID. If this whole thing turns out to be a disaster, which it probably will. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm getting rid of all of this now because I've created a new branch now. All right, we've got a couple places left in match. Yeah, we're going to get rid of that. Okay, bubble count. This is going to be create bubble count. Okay, bubble count is going to be that new variable. It's not going to be this times 2. It's going to be match dot initial bubble count. Yes, that's the 8, the number 8 right off the bat. You know Jared is professional because he devs with one hand, coffee in the other. You betcha. I haven't spilled yet. Oh, I probably just jinxed it. It's really annoying actually because I have a mic stand here. Like you got the pop filter right there, but I have to like reach over the mic stand kind of. So I need to figure out a much better situation. Sending a quick message here. All right. Okay. All right. Okay, so now we just have the bubble part. This is what doing our just search of the word checkpoint in our code. The only spot left now in the entire thing. 8 results in one file, just our bubble.js now on the server. So here it is. So we did a pretty good job so far of purging the word checkpoint from the code base. Okay, so okay. All right, so this is static create bubbles and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, all references are right here. Let's actually look at the bubble code on the client just to see what we did for this. Maybe not, because technically first bubble ID of current checkpoint. We don't care about that. We just want to have let last. Yeah, we just want to do this one thing. That'll be let last bubble ID to check equal ID minus config.match dot bubbles on screen count. That was it, right? Bubbles on screen count. And then we do if, oh yeah, we'll do this same thing. If last bubble ID to check is less than 0, last bubble ID to check equals 0, and then we can get rid of all this. And then here, yeah, then we can get rid of this I is greater than or equal to 0 check. All right, I think that was it. So now, in theory, we shall see Let's see what happens here. I probably missed something, but competitive match. Wow. Oh. I think it's working. Oh! Why are those that close? That is way too close. Is there a little bit of white space there? Oh, what? No, they're overlapping. Ooh, something happened there. Our timer expiring is now not working. That's interesting. They're overlapping. Look at that. That's got to be overlap. How can I look at the code here? At least in you're not game developing unless you lean in close enough to lick the screen. Yeah, I pretty much have to in this case. I don't. We're gonna do this. We're gonna GIMP. Yeah. Well, okay. So according graphically, we are overlapping, but all right. Okay, the only solution is going to be let's play some more and just see if it happens again. Because that's way too close for comfort. And they shouldn't be overlapping that much. That doesn't really make sense. Okay, so let's queue up again for another game. No, okay, something's screwed up because the games did not end once. Oh. Is our server stuck infinitely looping? Whoa, I think it is. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. All right, so maybe I screwed something up on that. Yeah, the server is stuck in a loop right now. So the only thing I can figure is it's probably stuck in the... It is, and that's why the game didn't end. It's probably stuck on... So did I do these variable names correct? Greater than or equal to... All right, well, let's try this again here. Just see what happens. All right, I'm just going to play. Oh, we got an overlap. Okay. Oh. I just had a great idea. Browser-based games with chat integration from Twitch. Built for when streamer takes a BRB, they can leave up a game for chat to play. Or a terrible idea. Nice. Or a terrible idea. Yeah. I mean, that sounds pretty good. Like the chat would like then interact or whatever. I mean, I've seen like people who have, especially on the science and technology stream, like they have, um, like interact, like the chat can somehow interact with something like in real life, like some in real life thing. Right, I've seen playable overlays. Gotcha. Is that kind of what you're talking about, or is it a little deeper than that? And I'm just missing it, I guess. All right, so actually, I think did the game get stuck again? Yeah, the game got stuck. Okay, so something happened because this client did not update anymore. Like it only updated so far, but this client is out of sync with this one. So we've got some sort of issue. And if I check, it would appear, yes, that Node.js right now is maxing out that thread. So my server is stuck in a loop. But like when I'm during a break, the whole screen becomes a Twitch Plays game. Gotcha. So like you're saying the chat, and I'm probably I just probably am not. So like then you're saying the chat would play, right? But you're saying like they'd interact through the chat, or like they would somehow, some other way interact with it. I don't know. Speaking of BRB, I gotta go grab a coffee refill. So you just throw up a browser source and walk away. The chat enters values to play the game. Gotcha. So it could be like, yeah, actually that would be pretty cool. Like you could have some sort of like massive retro MMO. Oh, we're still going. Yeah, we are somehow. I'm actually almost there to a playable, my idea of this game. I'm having some issue with the server right now. Yeah, like a bit. Yes, like a big battle tanks game, right? Like every player could somehow like control this thing, and then you're like attacking. Like it splits your team into two, or it splits your chat into like two teams or something. Checkpoints equals dead. Yes. Literally, if I search checkpoints in the entire, we were doing this just before I searched the word checkpoint. No results found. We got rid of all of it. Connect 4 versus AI. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think you're onto something there, Andy James Adams. All right, I got to refill my coffee, though, seriously, so be right back. I don't have a game to play, though. Trivia. Yeah, you could have a trivia, right? Like the people vote on the answers or something. That sounds relatively simple, maybe, even like a trivia one. So I feel like there's all those things like that already, pretty much, that are like massive voting kinds of things. Nah, probably dumb idea. I don't know. Somebody's got to try it. All right. Refreshing the coffee. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Just use Notepad. That's what the pros do. That's what I thought. That's what I've always thought. Okay. I didn't mute myself this time. So, all right. Okay, so we've got something weird going on. Okay, let me look at the client and see what's going on. Yeah, because we've got an overlap, so obviously that's a problem. We've got the clients like stopped updating themselves. So I'll play on this one. So like it works there, works there, works there, works there. Okay, and then it all goes kaput. So now we've got like an overlap and our server's stuck in a loop probably because that's happened 3 times now. Oh, the server's not stuck this time. Okay, the server didn't get stuck that time because now the game quit at the end of the time. Player quit. Does player quit match get thrown when the game ends? All right. Well, we still got a problem because obviously, and why it's like it does it on the same bubble every time. We do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then like 5 seems to work. 6. Yeah, okay, so something really went bad. All right, why? I probably just did something wrong here. But I kind of... Oh, maybe this is the problem. All right, so this is bubble create. Last bubble ID to check. ID, which is the current bubble ID, minus config.match.bubble on screen count, which should be 4. And if last bubble ID to check is less than 0, just set it to 0. Wow. Did I change anything else? No, this loop and everything looks pretty much the same exact. Yeah, because it's like we have a collision almost right away when we do that, which is interesting. All right, so we need to, I guess, start looking at this loop. This is interesting. Because it all breaks like when we hit the 5th bubble or something. And then we got some errors now, like the client wasn't even getting bubbles or something, like, or it like tried to initialize. Okay, so pop. All right, like on this one it'll go bad, or on the next one maybe. Yeah. So it's like on that 6th bubble. It's like that same bubble every time, or like the 5th one. And then like there's something messed up. What is special about the 5th bubble? Okay, and the server's not broken this time. Or the server didn't get stuck in a loop this time, because the game ended. The clients will wait forever until they get the match ended message from the server. if after that time runs out, which is what we saw like the first time. Squeaky chair. Okay. Check if too close to other bubbles. Yeah, literally this code was just copied and pasted from the client originally. A couple things tweaked. But it's like something else. It's like not a problem with this checking if it's too close to another bubble. Like this thing has to be right. I have to believe that this thing is right. And this stuff's, that has nothing to do with it. Maybe I'm passing something weird in. Yeah, and let's look at these bubbles here. Generating 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait a minute. 4, 5. That's not right. This shouldn't say bubble generating 1. This should be bubble generating 7 or 8. Okay, that's got to be the problem. Because the generating comes up here in the match when the player pops a bubble. Bubble generating. Yeah, okay, so that's definitely our problem. Oh, wait a minute here. Okay. Yeah, I got it. All right, so this is supposed to be bubble generating target bubble ID plus this dot or config dot match dot initial bubble count. Yes, and then that's the number that's supposed to go in here. And this is just my console log, which doesn't, this line here is just my console log for printing that, which doesn't even matter. Okay, yeah, that's the problem. And if we look on the client, I do the same. I'm doing it correctly because I basically should have the same thing. A bubble.create a static create method, and it should be like the same thing. The bubbles array and this ID, or it should look exactly like this. So target bubble ID plus the config.match.initial bubble count. Ooh, wait a minute though. One caveat with that, and we will address that. So right here, wait, no. Yeah, right in here, pop bubble. Oh, here we init the next bubble. So pop bubble ID plus this. If practice, generate next bubble. So then that's where we do bubbles. Oh, I've just been doing bubbles.length. Yeah, I guess we can just do that. This dot bubbles dot length. Yes. We can just do that. Because bubbles dot length means one outside of that. Okay. And then hue add, what are we doing for that? Ah, come on. Okay, yeah. That should be fine then. All right, that should hopefully be our problem. Andy James Adams, all right, thank you for the stream. I'm off. Hey. Thanks again, Andy James Adams, for, did I just say it backwards before? Andy James Adams. Thanks for hanging out, if you didn't already leave. I appreciate it. Good chatting. And thanks for the follow and everything. Okay. All right, so Okay. Let's try this again. Did I refresh these already? Okay. Here we go. So now, come on. Wait a minute. Okay, hang on a sec. We got the same thing, same problem. Bubble generating 1. What? Oh, okay. Hang on. It's not over yet. I must have jumped the gun here. So, where do we do? Okay, the init is where we set up the first bubbles, right? We must have a problem here where do I actually generate the first bubbles? Do I have a create method on this? Oh yeah, I do. All right, something is weird here. Okay, so let's do this. CLG bubbles. Oops. Here we go. We got 7 bubbles. So how is... That looks great. Or 8 bubbles, because we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so I know that that's good. Now y is by the time we get to somehow player cursor down, this dot bubbles dot length. How was that 1? Set next bubble to in play. Got like a hair on my face or something. Like, I don't know. Got hair everywhere. Sometimes you got a hair that just pops in off just outside of your peripheral vision there. It's really annoying. It's like that ghost hair in your mouth. Okay. All right, this is really weird. Why is, when it does bubble generating, how is this possibly this dot bubbles dot length set to 1? Oh, it wasn't. I was just scrolled up. Okay, hang on. Never mind. It was scrolled up in the console. Okay. But it still was broken. All right, so let's try it again. Eight, bubble generating 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, what on earth is going on here? Yeah, okay, something's really bad. What in the world? Yeah, and then this client like was out of sync somehow. All right, yeah, look at this. Like, okay, so I play here, boom, 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 boom. Okay, so far we're still okay. So far, the clients are this. Now we're out of sync, so something went wrong. And now, like, the client can't even init. Nope, can't read property init of undefined. So it's like we're not getting bubbles anymore at some point in time. So once we hit 15, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And it really doesn't matter. Welcome to multiplayer game dev. All your hair will be gray soon enough. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. This is a weird one because I feel like I just... Well, I don't know. You say that about every single one. Oh, yeah. See, look at this. This one's bad. We're already bad here because these are way too... They're touching. They're overlapping. That's not supposed to happen. They're like just overlapping by a hair, but they're overlapping. Like, so something's wrong with the data that's going into the algorithm to check the collisions is not right. Ugh, and then the time ran out before I could actually test. I have many bugs like this, desynced clients. Well, I think in this case, it's not an actual issue with like the clients somehow getting out of sync. Like the server is just screwing up with the bubble generation. There's like some bug that I don't really get why. Because I kind of just did the same thing on the client, and the client is fine. Like just the single player only is fine. But I'm sure it's something that I'm just overlooking. That, you know, as it always is. So set next bubble to in play. Bubbles on screen count. That's right. And that's working. Oh, is it that I'm... Generate next bubbles. This dot bubbles, dot length. Nav meter set. Okay. Okay. Player. Cursor down. All right, what am I just... It's like there's just probably something really stupid that I'm doing. Like I'm not adding a -1 or something. Not quite like that, but it's something like that where it's just like one number is probably off. Well, we already fixed that really weird thing. So that we had something really bad happening where I was generating the wrong bubbles completely. So we were like overwriting bubbles that already existed. And is okay, wait a minute. I wonder if that bubbles length. And that's after it increments, right? After it increments, then we do bubbles at length -1. That might be our problem for the color. But that doesn't make any sense about the rest of the game. That's the last, yeah, that's the last color. Take the last color, and then we're going to be using that new one. Okay. So that's correct. correct. Technically, what we were just doing was fine too, but match state pulse, pushed, traversed, false. It's also possible the clients are maybe showing the wrong data. That's another possibility. Because I kind of did that stuff quickly earlier today, and I feel like I might have overlooked something with that. Probably want to trace the data all the way through to make sure it's not a client problem. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to need to... Well... Yeah, this... wait a minute here. Did I do this part right? Okay, so... This double is a push, but we'll create. Stop bubbles. This dot bubbles dot length. That's saying adding a new one. We're adding a new one. Last bubble. Okay. clients are fine, right? Single player, I mean. Single player is fine. Just gonna play a full game here. Ooh. Yeah, client is totally fine. Yes, okay. Well, client generation code is fine. Client single player is fine. The client could still be the problem with the multiplayer part. So let's look at, but the client single player logic is fine, which as far as I could tell, is mirroring the server side logic too. So maybe what I'm sending back to the clients is weird. So I guess let's look at, yeah, we want to check the ID of the more bubbles that we're getting. Yeah, okay, so let's do, we're going to look at, we got two messages that are coming here that I'm probably going to, I might want to just stick into one. Because I have a message here for when the player pops a bubble. It's telling the other player, hey, that bubble's popped. But maybe, well, it's telling both of them technically that a bubble is popped. But maybe we want to send the new bubble in. Because now it's, well, okay. Let's just print to the console here. Because this should tell us. Server bubble popped, new target ID, message.new target ID. I guess I'll say server bubble popped, new ID from server, new target from server equals this. Okay. And then let's look at the more bubbles. Let's just print the more bubbles. CLG message dot bubbles. Okay. So it should be now. Actually, hang on. I'll be back in a second here. Quick BR. All right. All right. I'm back. Okay. So we are getting pretty close, I think. I hope. I just set up. Let's just refresh. And then let's. Okay. We're going to look at the bubbles we're getting. Oh, okay. That's a problem. Well, technically that might not be a problem. All right, so let's see what we got here. Oh. That's it. Okay, so the server is sending the wrong bubble IDs back to the clients. So, yes, totally the problem. So when I popped the first bubble, we should have been getting bubble 8, but we're getting bubble 1. So that's why we're getting all these weird wacko things. And I don't know why stuff even I'm surprised that stuff even works that well. You'd think it would be way worse. All right, so how is this not the right? All right, anyway, hang on one sec. Super quick BRB. Okay. We're back. All right, so we're definitely sending the wrong data to the client. So that's good. It's not good that that's happening, but it's good that that should be the problem, hopefully. Okay, so all right, this is weird. Let's do this. Let's CLG. I want to CLG the print. I want to print all the bubbles, the server bubbles, when the game ends, when the match ends. So I just end match. Okay, so then let's just CLG this dot bubbles. Should be simple enough. Okay, so we go there, we do that. Refresh our clients here, start playing. So we're just gonna play and screw stuff up. Yeah, that's totally wrong. Yep, so our client's already out of sync. That's not right. A bunch of stuff broke. Don't know what's going on. Okay, so once the 30 seconds is up, then our server down here should print all those bubbles. And just so I can look at. Okay, there we go. Time's up. Great. All right, so bubble 0 is bubble 0. That's good. Bubble 1 is bubble 1. That's good. Bubble 2, bubble 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so then that's not the problem. Or at least the bubbles in the bubble array are fine. That's weird. Because in this case, on the client, the bubbles we were getting from the server were wrong IDs, and the bubbles from the bubble popped message were wrong. So where are we putting, okay, so where are we sending that to the player? So here we're sending the bubble popped. New target ID is, oh. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, the new target ID. Oh, wait a minute. The new target ID is correct. This is not supposed to be new target bubble ID. This is supposed to be new target bubble ID plus, what is I? Set next bubble to in play. Yeah, so that's target bubble ID. I guess we could, let's just do this instead. We'll do target bubble ID plus 1, and then we just do this dot target bubble ID. No, that's not the same thing. Man, okay. Wow. What did I just undo there? Okay. All right, so this is fine. The server is fine. The server is fine. The bubbles getting sent to the client are wrong. Or at least the IDs of the bubbles getting sent to the client are wrong. So the client doesn't know what's going on. Okay, so this is good. Set next bubble to in play. This is fine. Bubbles I plus config.match.bubbles on screen count, right? Bubbles on screen count is 4, so that means when you pop bubble 0, bubble 4 now becomes in play. That's good. Target bubble ID increases. That is good. Player popped a bubble. New target ID should be the target bubble ID. That is good. That is still good. Because that's what lets, in this current state even, that's what lets the two clients play like this. So if I do one here, this one pops the bubble. The state changed for this one too. So then this one can pop this bubble. Whoops. If the window had to be active. And then they can still keep playing. So we know that that's good. So this first command is fine. This command was wrong though, because we were sending the wrong bubble to the client, right? Sorry if you can hear my cat. So he's angry. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That cat. Hey, come here, buddy. Come on. All right. My wife needed to lock our kitten down here in the basement. So we'll see if he leaves me alone, but he's probably not. He's probably gonna come jump on my desk and start hitting my keyboard. So anyway, Yeah, the ID, this is the complete wrong bubble that's getting sent down to this from the server. It's like we're overlapping again. So once we pop 8 bubbles or whatever, then we're like overlapping, or the bubbles that come back are like the same ones that have already existed, and we're like overlapping again. So I don't know where he went. I opened the door because he was just meowing really loud. No worries. So this message here is where we're sending the wrong bubble. And yes, this is exactly the reason. We're sending the target bubble ID, which is not right. We're supposed to be sending this bubble. Or no. No. We're supposed to be... Wait a minute. More bubbles. Bubble create. I guess... Well, we could just send this dot bubbles dot length minus 1. We just send the last bubble because we just generated the new bubble. All right, that should be it. Because now I've sent bubble 8. There we go. That's exactly what we want. Oops. Sweet. This is all looking pretty good here. Whoop. Nice. All right. Awesome. That is looking pretty good. All right, so we pretty much got the game mode finished today, which is pretty awesome. Come on. There we go. The only things I want to do, well, okay, so functionally the game is there. I mean, the game mode is there. We got rid of the checkpoint system as far as this new game mode is concerned. So we can pop some bubbles here. We can go over here and pop some bubbles. We can go back here and pop some bubbles. And it just works back and forth. Now, is this game mode actually going to be any fun when you play it with 2 real humans instead of just me playing back and forth with myself here? That's the question, and we'll see. Probably going to be awful, to be honest. Retro MMO, yes. Dude's still going. Blue Exabyte, welcome back. Welcome back. Yes, I'm about to wrap things up here, though. I might do a little more work tonight, but not on stream. But because I'd like to see if I can get my wife to test this out with me, just to kind of have both of us play this now, this ridiculous, probably ridiculous game mode. The one thing I want to add is like I'd like to add like a little ring or something that when the bubble gets popped by the opponent, like that you would see like this little red ring or something, kind of just like that little expanding ring when you crash, when you make a mistake, that little expanding red ring. Because I think that would maybe just give you the idea that, oh, the other player got it. Or if you both pop right at the same time, like really close at the same time, then that red ring would appear and you would know like, okay, I actually didn't get that one. Because otherwise you might think, oh, I got that one. Which with this kind of game, that might be the really frustrating part about this. But yeah. So there's that, and I want to get the stats going now. The stats actually might be, that's just a little thing that needs to be reconfigured on the server side. Looks like the mistakes are working. Mistakes and everything are still working just fine, but the bubbles popped is not working at all on the server. Because now that the state is the same between actually we could fix that really quickly, because there already is a value for popped bubble count, which I normally have this note doesn't get calculated till the end of the match, which I'm going to get rid of because I'm going to calculate it right now. Every time one player pops a bubble, their bubble count is going to go up. Their popped bubble count is going to go up. And now there's no undoing, so it's like just simple. There's no like, once you pop a bubble, you can't. With the checkpoint system, you could pop like 3 bubbles and then make a mistake, and those 3 bubbles would come back and your 3 pops got unregistered. You'd have to achieve those pops basically. But now that doesn't exist because the bubble going back on bubbles doesn't happen. So we're just going to increment this popped bubble count whenever the player pops a bubble, which should be pretty easy because now we just do player pop the bubble. Now we just do player dot match state dot popped bubble count plus equals 1. And then as far as the stats section goes, popped bubble count. Yeah, so then this can go away technically, and then we just keep, yeah, okay, so let's try that. Let's try that real quick. So our stats should actually be back to what we wanted them to be at. 3, 2, 1. So we'll pop a few on this, on this guy here. Oh, wrong one there. Pop a few over here. Okay, so 47 for this player. That looks good. 3 mistakes. Just a coincidence. 19 for the other player. Nice. Nice. Okay. All right. So yeah, that's looking pretty good, I think, as far as that stat calculation goes. Everything should be fine for now. Not quite the way I want it to be, but good enough for now. So we can stop logging all this junk in the console on the client. Server popped bubble. We can get rid of that. I think server said cursor's out of play. That can stay there. Yeah, I'm going to keep this because I don't know if I'm going to actually use this event, so I want this warning to remind me. Cool. So I guess maybe I will just do this little cursor indicator from the other player. So maybe we'll do a little cursor effect manager stuff. Maybe we can do that. So let's actually look at. My speakers are shutting off there. So what I want to do is I've got a class called Cursor Effect Manager. Cursor crash position mark. Oh, man. Okay. So I've got this object called Cursor Effect Manager. And what this thing does is it listens to a couple events and fires off like certain effects if something happens. So what I think I could do is I could have this actually listen to that event that we just created where server bubble popped. Is that what it is? Yeah, so we could listen to server bubble popped. And what we could do, new target ID. Okay, so what we could do, wait a minute. How can we, okay. Maybe, you know what? This is supposed to be Cursor Effect Manager. It has nothing to do with, this thing that I'm talking about has nothing to do with the cursor. So actually, let's not worry about that. So the marathon is listening to that event, right? Server bubble popped. So what we could do is like, at this point in time, we could spawn a new, like, because we've got the new target ID, so we're popping this bubble -1, last bubble ID. So const last bubble ID equals new target ID -1. And then that's what this is, last bubble ID. And then we could also get, like, we can get anything we wanted from this dot bubbles. Last bubble ID. So what I'm thinking is we get like the radius dot size dot r from the bubble, and then that can be like our indicators, like little expanding thing. So what is that? Cursor crash indicator. Yeah, so we kind of need something just like this cursor crash indicator. Actually, we basically need exactly this. I'm going to try to reuse this class because I've already got my cursor crash indicator, which is the red ring. So if I do a single player mode, that's the expanding red ring there. The blinking thing is a cursor crash position marker object. So what I could do is this cursor crash indicator, I could like rename to something else. And then that could like kind of expand out from the circle. The radius wouldn't be set to 0. Okay, so let's look at cursor crash indicator. So where do I actually create a new one? So I could probably just let's look at cursor crash position marker, cursor effect manager, cursor crash indicator. Okay, and we never pass a radius. So if I just thought of something. Figure out a way to something for the future. Figure out a way to empty this array after a cursor. Figure out a way to clear this out. Over time. Okay, so maybe I'm just going to copy this class, and cursor crash indicator, I'm just going to copy, and then just for simplicity's sake right now, whoops, copy, paste, and then we're going to rename this to opponent popped indicator, opponent popped indicator. That's what we're going to call it. Opponent popped indicator. And basically all the same things, except we're going to just whack this size.r setting, basically, which is why I need to kind of figure out. Ooh. Maybe this could be like half speed. Linear, the fade animation. Maybe that could also be like that, 300 milliseconds. All right, so this is fine, but the radius is actually the problem because I have this nasty hard-coded thing. Yeah, this is stuff that needs to get moved out. Okay, and yeah, so this radius is 50 pixels. So it's always going from 0 to 50 pixels. That's what this thing is doing. Boink. This little red ring. Up to 50 pixels. So we need it to start at something where it's going to start at whatever the radius of a bubble is, and then expand to I don't know. Start val is going to be or end val is going to be start val is going to be this dot size dot r, and end val is going to be this dot size dot r times, oh, I guess I could just do like a multiplier. This dot size dot r times 1.1, maybe like 10%. We do like a 10% increase for right now. We'll see how that is. 10% increase is not huge, is not very big at all. But I feel like that might be what we want. That might be not enough. But we'll play around with it. Okay, so opponent popped indicator. All right, so now we need to spawn an opponent popped indicator. And it self-destructs, I believe. Yes, this will self-destruct, which is nice. So we can kind of spawn this on our own. Okay, so marathon. Okay, so we're going to do the pop bubble, and then we're going to do const opponent popped indicator. We're going to import that. Import opponent popped indicator from opponent popped indicator.js. So now we've got this, and we are going to do, oh, wait a minute. Oh, I did that. Okay. Then here we're going to do const opponent popped indicator equals new opponent popped indicator. All right, and then to construct this, we need a position. So this is the radius. Basically, we've got what? A size and a position, I think, is all we need. Where's the cursor crash manager? Cursor effect manager, I mean. We just need a position and a color. Okay, which we just do is 255. Okay. So we'll just do a size r equals this thing. Size pose is going to be the same thing. X. Just do X, and then that's going to be that, but it's going to be .pose.x. Same thing here, except this will be Y. And size, pose, and a color. That's what we need. Oh, color is, oh my goodness. Okay, color is simply going to be a new color. And it's going to be R255 G0 B0. Okay. And like that. Okay. And we need to initialize this entity. So opponent popped indicator.init. That should do it. Should work. That should actually work that quickly, I think. So let's check it out. So let's start a game. So now, moment of truth. When I pop a bubble here, pop this one, we should see like a little red circle. It might look weird, but it'll kind of expand or something on this player's thing. Okay, it worked. Sweet. Oh, that actually looks kind of cool. Like it's not good enough, but right now, but that in and of itself looks kind of cool. Okay, so we need to do opponent popped indicator. Let's make this 500 milliseconds maybe on both of these. So there's two animations that are going on. 500 milliseconds, and let's make this, instead of 10%, we're going to make it 20%. Okay, so now it should be like a little bigger. Let's do 1.5 is probably too big. 1.3 maybe. 500 milliseconds feels good enough. Like I want it to be, I don't know what I want it to be. Let's just put it that way. All right, so pop, pop. I feel like 500 gives you a good enough idea of what's going on. Nice. Okay. That's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. Okay. All right. I feel like we got what we wanted. 7 hours, 42 minutes. Okay. That was a long stream. Not nearly as long as what will be Retro MMO's 12-hour streams. That'll be insane. Haha. Are you going to do it? Are you going to start in the morning? If you need to raid, target my buddy at RaveIR. He's making a dope sandbox MMO in JavaScript. Nice. Let's do it. I was going to say, we still got a handful of people here, so I'm just going to start whenever I wake up pretty much. Gotcha. Nice, nice. I didn't know if you're going to try to start later or whatever to kind of go into the night or that sort of thing. But, nice. Cool. Good deal. I'm not good at being on a schedule. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I'm not really either, but I think that's kind of why I kind of needed a schedule, because it kind of helps force me to kind of gives me like a little bit like, whoa, better get going, because I put my schedule on Twitch, you know. I'm pretty nocturnal naturally though, so I will probably start around the same time I do now, but just go much longer. Gotcha. Nice. All right. Well, I think we're looking pretty good here. We've got actually a playable game now. So now the moment of truth is I just need to try it out with my wife tonight, and we'll see if it's fun or if it's probably frustrating, and probably the whole day will be lost. Maybe long enough to drop you a raid sometime. Nice. I'd appreciate it. I'll hopefully she tells you good job. Yeah. She probably will, but she'll probably be frustrated and tell me the game's awful now and I broke it and it needs to go back to the way it was. I'll probably be rating you from then on, because you'll probably be surpassing me in time on my Mondays and Tuesdays streams, so. All right, so yeah, we are looking we're looking pretty good here. Again, let's just try this out, just to bask in the coolness of this. It's not really that cool, but So when you pop a bubble on this thing, boom, you get a little indicator now showing that, hey, the other player popped the bubble instead of you. So you missed it. So when you see that red ring, that means you didn't get it. The other player did. So I feel like that'll at least help when my wife and I try this out tonight. That'll be enough to get us like by to be able to say like, okay, I saw the other person got the bubble before I did, kind of thing. So, yes. And then the stats don't quite come through correctly here because if the bubbles pop with 0, I don't know why. But anyway, to see why the 0 doesn't come through. But anyway, Retro MMO, good progress today. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we kind of did a whole new like little, I mean, not really a game mode, but kind of new game mode, all just in one day. One almost 8-hour stream, so that's not bad. And the whole thing might be garbage. So, I mean, I'm not, you know, if it is, that's fine. I mean, we kind of figured out one way that this game won't really work, and it'll be kind of like back to thinking about what ways we could maybe make it better. So that's somewhat a good thing, even if this is awful and I destroy this Git branch. It will still have been worth it in one way, shape, or form. All right, so we'll do a little raid here while I sign off. But quick buff of myself here before we go. I normally stream Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's when I get started. So today's Monday. We got started at 9:30 actually. I started a little earlier. But I'll be here tomorrow. Be back same time, same place. Come back tomorrow, everybody. Hey, thanks for that, Retro MMO. Yeah, and go check out Retro MMO stream tonight. 8 or 9 p.m. Eastern time, something like that, right? Yes. I'll plug the Discord real quick, just because I need to try to do that more, and I need to get better at updating it. But I got a Discord, so if you're interested in development progress and things and just general shenanigans, I just started the server not that long ago, so there's not a ton of people in there. Retro MMO is one of them, but and I need to be better at checking things and updating things, but nonetheless, that's there. And as always, you can play the game. Populus.gg. Throw it out there. Populus.gg. You can try it right now. So currently been working on multiplayer. So hopefully we'll have that out sooner than later. Haven't updated the live site, Populus.gg, in a while because we've been working on multiplayer and it's been taking a long time. But hopefully, before too long, we will have some multiplayer that's fun. So, do I need to say anything else? So Retro MMO, you said you had a friend, Rave IR. Let's check it out. Oh. I gotta figure out how to raid. There we go. All right. We're signing off, everybody. We're starting the raid, so I still don't know exactly how to figure all that out, but at least I can trigger the raid. So I don't know. I guess I have to kill my stream once I do that. Signing off. See you guys tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Thanks for watching, everybody. Really appreciate it, as always. So ta-ta for now. Did I do the raid? Oh. 5 years are ready to raid. Okay, there we go. Raid now. There we go.